Hello? There we go. Hi guys, what's up? Claire's on her way. So we're gonna be continuing the Noahide Code by Alan Cecile. So before I get that, I'm gonna say at the beginning of all of my streams, which I always say, I'm a little bit confused. I was on shadow ban, and you were not able to find any of my you weren't able to find any of my videos. But now that seems to have changed, excuse me, a bit. That seems to have changed a little bit. And now maybe for most people or for some people, the the oh, where is it? The it might be working. So give me 1 second. But if they're not working, also you cannot find like the first two or three um videos um on my channel. But if you're looking to find all my videos, go to vincentbrunoshadowban.blogspot.com and you will find them there. Now, if you give me a second, Claire's here, good, so she can talk while I Hello?
Hi.
Claire? Hi.
Hi. Yes,
How are
I'm here.
you?
I'm well. I'm well. Um, how many minutes of your stream have I missed? I'm I'm
Just
I'm I'm sharing on Twitter now and Facebook and the usual thing.
just you just missed the first 2 minutes, and it was just nothing me but talking about being on shadow ban like I usually do at the beginning
Are
of
you
all.
are you still on shadow ban or not? Because you
Um
said you weren't, and now you're saying you are.
it looks like I no longer am, but I'm keeping my shadow ban website up just in case. And you also can't
Just
find the
just put it in
first
the
like
description. Oh yes, you have. I think you have, haven't you?
yeah, I have.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
what was I gonna say? That that's all I was talking about and getting that ready. But I don't know if I'm still on shadow ban. It's hard to tell a little bit. And okay. But anyway, the website's updated with the newest latest information. So anyway,
Do you incorporate my timestamps?
I could do that. I could do that. I'd have to go back and find all um your previous videos, but yeah, I could do that where you if you send me the things with the timestamps, I can do that. I'll add it on there. Um, yeah. So, um, you missed a little bit of the Noahide code when you had to talk to your mom, but you didn't really miss anything too big. It would you just only missed the part where he was proving basically or trying to show that Christianity came from gnosis and that it's about mystery religion and how it's all a mystery. And that's more of a pagan concept. um a mystery religion is a little bit more of a pagan concept, and
Yes, and
rather than
Constantine felt he couldn't be dealing with that. He wanted a proper Christian doctrine because he couldn't be doing with Gnosticism, with every Christian bishop saying this and another, saying different things to each other. That I assume was the reason why he called them to Nicaea and demanded that they agree a doctrine that he could use, an official doctrine that he could use and roll out.
yeah, something like that. um
And they couldn't even agree, because of the split between the Arians and the Trinitarians, right?
yes.
And then Constantine adopted Arianism and also his son, but when his son died, they used Trinitarianism, and this was rolled out in the Edict of Thessalonica in the year 380.
Hmm.
And I don't know if you know my explanation for why they adopted Trinitarianism in the end, even though Arianism was easier to believe. And this was confirmed by E. Michael Jones when he was on my channel.
Well, right, because it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier to believe that Jesus is the Son of God because, all these pagans were used to the idea of, Zeus having sons and daughters, right?
Yeah,
So it
human
was
sons
not
and
a
daughters.
problem for them to believe that, but it's like, how can, Jesus be also God? And, they just didn't get it. And they couldn't be told the reason. Do you know what the reason was? I mean, I think I have told it to you, but you may have
No,
forgotten.
what is the reason?
I told it to E. Michael Jones as well when I was speaking to him. So I was saying that, there would be theological disputes between Jews and Christians, and they would be going along these lines. So Jews would be saying, Christians, so your Jesus that you worship had to be born of a virgin and then be crucified, and we're expected to believe that he is better than the God of Israel. And they couldn't answer that. The Arians couldn't answer that because the Jews would just completely undermine the argument of the Christians by proving that the God of Israel is more powerful
Hold
than.
on one second. Okay, sorry, Claire, I'm here. So the Jews were saying that their God is better because he didn't die on a cross, and then what?
Yeah, and but I guess um, Constantine and his son didn't quite get that. But after his son died, they said Trinitarianism is a way to go forward because we don't have to deal with theological arguments against Jews who will be saying that our God is weaker than their God. We're going to say that Jesus is the co-equal of the God of Israel and the Holy Spirit. And that neatly wins us the argument against Jews.
Right.
Okay, so that's my theory. I mean, it hasn't been written down anywhere, but it's kind of obvious when you think about it. And obviously, as a Christian, you can't tell other Christians the real reason because then they say, "Well, so it was just a bit, just a story you made up, and and you're just making it up as you go along." And the answer would have been yes. And so anybody who questioned the Trinity would be regarded as blasphemers who would be burnt at the stake for heresy. Does that make sense?
But yeah, I mean, you're saying, I mean, basically your argument is that they were, they felt as though, they were, what's the word that I'm looking for? They were complexed because Jesus died on the cross, and so, they kind of desperately came up with this doctrine to try to rectify that, which was probably not a very good idea. And
Yeah, and Christians have been living with this lie for, well, over a millennium, nearly two, if we give it another 300 years. And my point is basically, if God exists, he would be, well, not very pleased with Christians. And, in a way, you can say that um, he could be said to be putting a cross on all those white people who identify as Christian. Or you could say, it was just so stupid that, the modern European or American just wouldn't believe in this rubbish anymore. And they've made up their own secular political ideologies. And that is breaking down too, because the, um, the problem with secular political ideologies is that however powerful we are in our lives, we die. And after we are dead, we're just going to be dismissed as some dead person. and things are different now, and we're going to do things a different way. And anyway, this dead person that we used to respect so much was, couldn't have been completely perfect and must have got a few things wrong. And anyway, things are different now, and we want to do things differently. And therefore they change the laws, and it doesn't go well for them, and eventually they will go back to religion, because religion is about something that transcends humanity. And of course, if anything transcends humanity that has any directing intelligence, it would be God as the hypothetical supreme authority, the one who created the universe and communicated with humanity twice through the Torah and the Quran. It's easy to explain and easy to understand. And ultimately, for very simple people, that's the narrative they prefer. They don't want to be listening to boring conspiracy theories told to them by low status people who are condemned by the media. Um, right? I'm still called a conspiracy theorist, and it's like I haven't told any conspiracy theories. I don't subscribe to them. I make a point of avoiding them, and you're still accusing me of that. It's like, I guess it's like accusing me of being racist or Nazi or whatever, in order to demonize me so that nobody will take seriously anything I say. So, conspiracy theorist is the latest one. But religious people still have that protection. I suppose if you're Muslim and you go on about your Islamic principles, they'll call you an Islamist. But you still have the protection of your religion, which liberal legislation still officially protects. But not Christians, because we know the liberal establishment hate Christians and Christianity.
Right. Claire, keep. No, I'm fine. Claire, keep talking. I'm going to be eating, but keep talking.
Yes. So I'm basically saying that the Trinity was made up, and this is something that is never discussed by Christians, because, well, Christians don't want to know that they have been tricked by the, well, as long ago as by the Roman, the chief priest of the, well, okay, since going back to Roman times, which is a long time ago, it's over 1,000 years, and they still want to believe in it. And, we just have to go back to why Constantine decided to convert to Christianity. There was a reason. People don't do these difficult things for no reason at all. And I'm saying he must have had the problem of the old Roman imperial cult failing, and we know he had problems because he lived through the year of the five emperors. And I'm going to the Wikipedia entry now, and I'll talk you through it. But basically, there was a lot of civil unrest, because there were these five men who wanted to be the emperor of Rome, and they fought each other in um, actually AD 193. So that must have been before the time of Constantine, but I guess there was a lot of, year of the six. Okay, and then they had year of the four emperors and year of the six emperors, and I'll just go straight to Constantine, because I'm very grasp of the detail of Constantine's reign is a bit vague. Constantine the Great, former Roman emperor. So why was he called Constantine the Great? It must have been because he converted converted Rome to Christianity. And it was a deathbed conversion, because even then he was a bit afraid of, annoying his people by changing the religion of his empire. It's difficult, even if you're absolute monarch, to do that, because it takes a lot to change the beliefs of people, and the thing is, people don't really accept what you say, even if you are the emperor, because they'll be thinking, well, you're going to be dead soon. So there were civil wars. Okay, let me just read us the thing. So he was born in, it doesn't, well, somewhere in Serbia. He was son of a Roman army officer of Illyrian origin. Where's Illyria? Okay, in the Balkans, who had been one of the four rulers of the Tetrarchy. So there were basically two emperors, and then they would have successor emperors, sort of junior emperors, So presumably that was a reason to make the transition of power when one emperor died, easy. They didn't want there to be civil war every time an emperor died. So let's have a look at Tetrarchy. The Tetrarchy was the system instituted by Roman Emperor Diocletian in 293 AD to govern the ancient Roman Empire by dividing it between two emperors, their junior colleagues, and designated successors. This marked the end of the crisis of the third century. So this would be the 200s. We can go to the crisis of the third century because I'm not really, I don't know about that. I mean, I happen to study that. The crisis of the third century, also known as a military anarchy or the imperial crisis, was a period in which the Roman Empire nearly collapsed. The crisis ended due to the military victories of Aurelian and with the ascension of Diocletian and his implementation of reforms in 284. The crisis began in 235 with the assassination of Emperor Severus Alexander by his own troops. During the following 50-year period, the empire saw the combined pressures of barbarian invasions and migrations into Roman territory, civil wars, peasant rebellions, and political instability with multiple usurpers competing for power. This led to the debasement of currency and economic collapse, with the plague of Cyprian contributing to the disorder. To the disorder. Roman troops became more reliant over time on the growing influence of the barbarian the barbarian mercenaries known as the foederati. Foederati were peoples and cities bound by a treaty known as foedus with Rome during the Roman Republic. Okay, maybe you don't want to know that. But anyway, there were barbarian mercenaries. Roman commanders in the field, although nominally working for Rome, became increasingly independent, so they were basically warlords. By 268, the empire had split into three competing states: the Gallic Empire, including the Roman provinces of Gaul, Britannia, and briefly Hispania, and the Palmyrene Empire, including the eastern provinces of Syria, Palestina, and Egyptus, and between them the Italian-centered Roman Empire proper. So there was the Eastern Empire, the Western Empire, and the Central Empire. There were at least 26 claimants to the title of emperor, mostly prominent Roman army generals who assumed imperial power over all or part of the empire. The same number of men became accepted by the Roman Senate as emperor during this period, and so became legitimate emperors. Later, Aurelian reunited the empire militarily. The crisis ended with Diocletian and his restructuring of Roman imperial government in 284. This helped to stabilize the empire economically and militarily for a further 150 years. The crisis resulted in such profound changes in the empire's institutions, society, economic life, and religion that it is increasingly seen by most historians as defining the transition between the historical periods of classical antiquity and late antiquity. So, we should we should try to understand ourselves, through the Roman Empire. I Am I boring you?
No, you're not. No, you're not. But I am ready to start reading.
Okay.
Okay. So we start off at the creation of the New Testament. So just to review what we've gone over so far, we were just talking about how you know, basically he was just trying to show the Gnostic beginnings of uh of Christianity, and basically how it was a mystery religion, and basically that's not what Judaism is. Okay, the creation of the New Testament. The Christian scriptures, what we call the New Testament, are a collection of 27 books that expound the story and teachings of Jesus, supposedly written by his apostles. The church has taught that these 27 books have come down from the earliest days of from Christianity practically unchallenged and unchanged, providing the foundation for the Christian religion. Christianity claims that the Holy Spirit had a hand in both the creation and preservation of these texts, and Christians need not worry about their authenticity or accuracy. Many Christians believe the book of the New Testament, the King James Version in particular, are inerrant, meaning that not one word of the text has been altered since the apostles put, pen to paper. The question is, how accurate are these claims? There are over 5,000 Greek manuscripts of the New Testament, making it the best attested book of antiquity. The reason for this has to do with the early church habit of destroying any writing deemed heretical, such as Greek philosophy and writings from by other Christian Gnostic sects. While making many copies of its own Gnostic scripture, the vast majority of the surviving Greek texts are from the Middle Ages, from about the 6th century onward, and most of these only contain the four Gospels. The first few hundred years after Jesus, the crucial time when the New Testament was written and edited, the manuscript evidence is scanty. Less than 60 papyrus fragments of the New Testament can be placed with any certainty prior to the 4th century. Of these, only a few have more than a handful of verses, and not only of the and not one of the papyri contains the entire text of the New Testament. Still, these early manuscripts give us insight about how the early New Testament was written and preserved. What the church has neglected to tell the layman is that not one of these 5,000 early Greek manuscripts completely agrees with the other, and the farther back you go, the more they disagree. They are not talking of a misspelled word here or there. They are talking about the addition and omission of thousands of words, as well as entire phrases, sentences, and some cases whole paragraphs. Hold on. I should emphasize that it is not simply a matter of scholarly speculation to say that the words of the New Testament were changed in the process of copying. We know that they changed because we can compare these 5,400 copies of Greek manuscripts with one another. What is striking is that when we do so, we find that no two copies, except the smallest fragments, agree in all of their wordings. There can be only one reason for this. The scribes who copied the text changed them. Nobody knows for certain how often they change them because no one has been able to count all the differences among the manuscripts. Some estimates put the number at around 200,000, others at 300,000 or more. Perhaps it is important to express the figure in comparative text. There are more differences among our manuscripts than there are words in the New Testament. Another problem the church has had to deal with the authenticity of the New Testament canon. Christians are taught that the 27 books of the New Testament were thought of as canonical soon after they were written. There might have been a few other books or epistles out there about Jesus, but the 27 were such a cut above the rest that it was obvious to everyone that they belonged in the Bible next to the Hebrew scripture. In truth, the books of the New Testament were debated for centuries. In fact, it was not until the late 4th century that the 27 books of the New Testament, as we know it, were even listed together. The question the honest Christian must ask are: is there one undisputed and original New Testament? Did the Apostle Matthew, James, Peter, John, etc., really write the books that are attributed to them? Are the Greek manuscripts trustworthy and free of errors and alterations? Can the church be trusted to give an honest account of the transmissions and veracity of the text of the New Testament? So he was making a point about how diligent the Jews have always been in maintaining the Torah exactly as it is and not changing it. So I guess he's trying to undermine the New Testament by saying that it's been changed and things like that. The Papyrus Trail. The original books of the New Testament were written in Greek and perhaps Hebrew, since the church fathers Papias, Irenaeus, Origen, Eusebius, and Jerome reported that the original versions of Matthew was written in Hebrew, although we have no proof of this since we have not found any ancient New Testament books written in Hebrew. The church copied those books, then copied them again and again, then translated them into various languages like Syriac, Coptic, and Latin. During the 60s, yes? Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. The church copied these books. Blah, 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 blah. During the 16th century, scholars began to translate the New Testament into English using the standard texts of the time, most notably the Textus Receptus. After the discovery of the Codex Sinaiticus and the cataloging of the Greek manuscripts, textual experts like the British scholar Brooke Foss Westcott and Fenton John Anthony Hort grouped the Greek texts into several Alexandrian different text types or families, as they called the Byzantine text, the Alexandrian text, and the Western text. The first category is known as the Koine or Byzantine text. The Byzantine text is the text of the Textus Receptus, which the King James Version of the Bible is based, and it has been the official text of the church since the Middle Ages. It is a refined and polished text and was mainly popular in the churches in Asia Minor. The Alexandrian text, which was popular in Egypt, is considered by many modern Christian scholars to be the closest to the original books of the New Testament and is best represented by Codex Sinaiticus, designed and Codex Vaticanus, both of which are dated around the mid 4th century. Many modern translations of the New Testament, such as the Revised Standard Version and New American Version and the New International Version, are based on the Alexandrian text. Then there are the Western text, which was based throughout the Mediterranean and is represented by the Codex Bezae, as well as many old Italic and Syriac versions. Codex Bezae is a 5th century text and is at least 100 years younger than codices Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, but the Western text was used almost exclusively by the 2nd century church fathers, which makes a strong claim to it being the oldest text. It is also worth noting that most of the early manuscripts of the New Testament what are called mixed texts, that is, they combine elements of the Byzantine, Alexandrian, and Western codex and Western text. Codex Sinaiticus, for example, has a strong Western influence, particularly in the Book of Acts. Since the late 19th century, there has been a heated debate over which text family is the true text of the New Testament: Byzantine, King James Version, Alexandrian, NIV, RSV, NASV, etc., or Western. This debate often has to do with politics, money, and theology rather than truth or history or textual accuracy. For instance, the Greek Alexandrian text used for the New English Version would New International Version, which is now the most popular English Bible sold, is copyrighted, and those who developed it make handsome royalties from its use and sale. The arguments about the Byzantine text is that although many of its odd verses, that is, verses not in the Alexandrian text, excuse me, appear in some of the early writings of the church fathers, there is still no manuscript evidence that both of its existence and as that proves of its existence as a separate and distinct text type before the 4th century. The argument against the Alexandrian text are that it is also a later polished text, that no church father used it before the mid 3rd century CE, and that it was the Byzantine text that has been the standard text of the church since the early Middle Ages. Also, the Byzantine text supporters say that most of the variant readings found in the Byzantine text can be found scattered among the writings of the church fathers. The Western text, as noted above, was the text used by the early church fathers. So which one is the true New Testament? Okay, hold on. the very first New Testament that we know of was put together by Marcion, the second century Gnostic. He assembled a corpus of Christian writings consisting of the Gospel of Luke and 10 epistles of Paul, which he had stripped of all references to the Old Testament and of anything which suggested that Jesus' background was Jewish. His teachings were not well received by many of the other churches. His anti Semitism, extreme even by Orthodox standards, alarmed the other sects of Christians who quickly dubbed him a heretic. He eventually broke away from them and organized his own church, which would last several centuries as a serious rival to the Catholic Church. His version of the New Testament would continue to be used in churches for many centuries. For the church to be founded, the Marcionites was one of the largest and most widespread of the Gnostic churches. Besides being a bridge between classical Gnosticism and Orthodox Christianity, Marcion's contribution to Christianity were his altering the text to suit his theological view and making other sects think about creating their own New Testament. Another major influence on the development of the New Testament was the Diatessaron, written in the late second century by Tatian, a Syrian from Mesopotamia and former disciple of Justin. The Diatessaron was a single gospel formed out of the four other gospels: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Tatian chopped them up and spliced them together into one continuous narrative. This harmony of the gospel was very popular, particularly in the Eastern churches, and for centuries was considered the official gospel. Although neither Marcion's New Testament nor Tatian's Diatessaron survived the Catholic Church's purges, it was Catholic Church's purges of what it called heretical material. There is enough known about them from the writings of the other church's fathers. Remarkable as it seems, there's never been an extensive study on the effects these two important works had on the current Christian New Testament. These two works certainly altered the New Testament, not only by directly altering the text, but also by the proceeding of manipulating the text to conform to theological whims. While collecting its own body of sacred Christian literature, the church's main difficulty was an excess of material, not a lack of it. There were many Gnostic Christian sects, all claiming to be the one true church and claiming divine apostolic Pauline succession. Each group claimed their unique rendering of the New Testament was the one true version, and the Orthodox Church certainly did not contain the majority of Christians. These congregations took the oral teachings by and about Jesus and committed them to writing in the second century CE. By the beginning of the third century CE, there were many different gospels, epistles, and teachings floating around, all with a different slant. Every viewpoint imaginable was represented, from anti Judaic perspectives that opposed both the Jewish scripture and the Jewish God to pro Judaic writings that threatened to develop theology suggesting Jesus' divinity. There was no clear consensus as to what was canonical. Books that are known because they were mentioned by the early church fathers, such as the Gospel of Barnabas and the Gospel of Andreas and Revelation of Peter and the Gospel of Peter, the infancy Gospel of James and the Gospel of Thomas, were used in many of these different churches, and books that are now part of the accepted canon of the New Testament, such as the Epistle such as the Epistle to the Hebrews, Second Peter, and Revelation, were disputed for centuries. Not until the end of the fourth century CE was there even a list of books that coincided with the present day New Testament canon. Other books writing sometimes in the early second century CE, such as the Epistle of Barnabas, believed to be written about the same time with the Gospels now found in the New Testament appeared, were held to be authoritative by many throughout the early through centuries of Christianity's formative period. By the time the Gnostic sect, now known as the Catholic Church, came to be dominant, Christianity in the fourth century CE, there were many different versions of the New Testament, all with more or less the same pedigree and authority. The Catholic Church wanted to make sure that its New Testament would be the one true, official, and theologically correct New Testament. The problem was there were many dissimilar versions of the official New Testament, each different from the other. Hold on one second. According to most modern Christian scholars, the Gospel of Mark was the first gospel written probably about 65 or 70 CE. The Gospel of Matthew and Luke were written shortly thereafter, between 70 and 80 CE, and the Gospel of John was written about 10 or 15 years after that. Matthew and Luke used the entire Gospel of Mark as their base, along with a body of source material called Q, from the German word quell or source. The hypothetical Q material, no manuscript of it exists, nor is it mentioned by any of the early church fathers, was simply a collection of Jesus' teachings, not until the Gospel of Thomas, and it's unique to Matthew and Luke. Wait, was simply a collection of Jesus' teachings, not unlike the Gospel of Thomas, and it is unique to Matthew and Luke. The Gospel of Mark was supposedly written by the young disciple John Mark. Mentioned in Paul's letters, John Mark was not an eyewitness to Jesus' teachings, but according to the early church father Papias, he was the chronicler of Peter and recorded that apostles' recollections of the life and teachings of Jesus. This puts the authorship of the first gospel a little over 3 decades from the events it records, written by people that either heard Jesus teach or had firsthand knowledge of those like Peter, who did. The Pauline epistle were finished before Paul's death around 64 to 67 CE, and the other epistles were written soon after. John finished up the canon of the New Testament at the closing of the first century CE with his Gospel, Epistles, and Revelation. The original text, called the autographs, were lost long ago, and all that remains are the copies of copies. Since the middle of the 19th century, many of the Christian textual scholars have tried to recreate the autographs and restore the Gospels to their original pristine condition. Okay, let's take a little break from reading. So, I guess what he's trying to prove right now is that the New Testament is not reliable, right? Is what I guess he's trying to say.
Yes. Well, how can it be reliable? I mean, if you think of what's supposed to be the word of God and what is only claimed to be the word of man, you know if you're being logical about it, which you are supposed to prioritize. And also there is the problem of unity of authorship. So, you want to talk to just one person. You don't want to read a book. Okay, you want to read a book from one, high status person. You don't want to read a book that consists of the accounts of a bunch of people, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We don't know if and Paul. There is no unity of authorship in the New Testament. But there is definitely unity of authorship in the Torah and the Quran, because whether we believe Jewish and Muslim claims, they're supposed to believe that the Torah and the Quran come from God, or and not even a bunch of gods, just one.
Yes, but you can't. I mean, divinely inspired script is not just thrown out the window either, though. I mean, even with the Talmud, the Jews don't just throw out the Talmud. It's divinely inspired, which means God had a hand in making it happen, and God wanted the Talmud to be written. We know that. Okay, like he wanted it to be written, and he inspired it, and he protected it, and he guided the Jews in creating it. So I really don't see why there's any problem in relying on divinely inspired scripture.
I'm just saying that one is the primary source of the Word of God, and the other is a secondary source, because it's basically the Talmud is basically rabbis making their commentaries and talking about the Torah, and maybe putting more detail in the stories in the Torah. But it's still the work of mortal and fallible rabbis, and for this reason, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's useless. I mean, I don't even say that the Hadith is useless or the New Testament is useless. I'm because there are historical documents that with information that doesn't exist in the Torah or the Quran. So yeah, we should be interested in that. But if people are relying on these secondary sources, um, we should take it with a pinch of salt. But anyway, I mean, what the New Testament is about is is um, these witnesses. Matthew, Mark, Luke, did yeah, and John. Well, they met Jesus, and then they're supposed to write their account of how they met Jesus and whatever. And Paul was basically saying, this is how you're supposed to behave as Christians, you people in Corinth and uh, Colosseum and Galatia and all those other places, the Pauline epistles basically. And then then you have Acts and Revelations, and that is about uh, eschatology, which is what's going to happen when you die, or or on Judgment Day. Um, so they're different things, but what we're interested in, I guess, being practical people, is the law, because we're going to choose whatever the narrative, the laws that most suit us, right? I mean, we're not going to even pretend to believe the whatever, because people who are pantheists for a reason. They're saying, I believe in God, but I don't believe that it is the Abrahamic God who communicated with us, through the Torah and the Quran, and I don't want to obey these laws. But I'm going to say I believe, that in God. I mean, and why do people claim that? I think they claim that to dignify themselves and say, well, at least I believe in God, even, it's a different and special God to the Abrahamic God. But, who is to say that my God doesn't exist?
That is the Christian explanation of how the New Testament was written. The theory of Mark being the first gospel, like the dating of most of the New Testament books, is based on biblical textual criticism. The development of the scientific discipline of biblical criticism in the 19th and 20th century was a direct result of the findings of the ancient Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. As it became apparent that the differences, excuse me, in excuse me. As it became apparent that the differences in the early manuscripts of the New Testament were beyond giving a simple explanation, since Christianity claimed that the New Testament was divinely inspired, written with guidance by the Holy Spirit. Of course, when every manuscript is different, it is hard to decide which Greek New Testament was the divinely inspired one. Excuse me. So the school of biblical criticism was formed. Christian scholars have many different types of biblical criticism that they use to interpret and date the text. There is textual criticism, which tries to uncover the original intention of the book's author. This is the chosen favorite of the Christians who teach the scriptures who teach the scriptures interpret themselves. For example, textual critics claim that Mark was written before the temple was destroyed in 70 CE because it does not mention the event. Other types of biblical criticism include from criti- other types of biblical criticism include form criticism, reduction criticism, documentary criticism, and source criticism. According to Christian scholars, the reason biblical criticism is employed is because without hard physical evidence, such as the origins of the New Testament, precise dating is impossible. But was Mark really the first gospel written? Mark is rarely quoted by the early church fathers, and even those quotes are questionable. Since over 90% of Mark is found in Matthew and Luke, in fact, based on the accounts of most of the early church fathers, the majority consensus was that Matthew was the first gospel written, for Matthew was used by the earliest sects, such as the Ebionites. The gospel, according to Matthew, was evidently written by a Gentile reading public and probably. Wait, the gospel, according to Mark, was evidently written for a Gentile reading public and probably for the Romans in particular. The evangelist is careful to translate Aramaic and Hebrew phrases and names such as Boanerges, and Talitha, Ephatha, Abba, and the cry of dereliction from the cross. Still more significant is the fact that he explains Greek expressions by their Latin equivalent. Thus, he informs his readers that the two coins which poor widow placed Thus he informs his reader that the two coins which poor widow placed in the offering box in the temple were the equivalent of the Roman quadrans, and he identifies the court of Pilate's palace as the praetorium. Obviously, such pieces of information would have been of interest primarily to Roman readers. Um, hmm. What is the evidence that the apostles themselves authored the book of the New Testament? Since the apostles all lived in the first century CE, we have no first century text. It was assumed that the original autographs perished. With the exception of six of Paul's epistles, however, there is no evidence that any of the apostles left any writings whatsoever. According to Acts 4:13, the Greek text Peter and John were it's something in Greek, literally translated to they, Peter and John, were illustrated idiots. What? According to Acts 4:13, the Greek text says Peter and John were literally translated to they, Peter and John, were illiterate idiots. That's what it quoted? I think he's saying that Acts 4:13 says that Peter and John are illiterate idiots. Since Peter and John were two of the top apostles, it certainly makes you wonder about the abilities of other apostles. Matthew is quite possibly the only apostle, as a former tax collector, who would have had the ability to write. This isn't to say that they could not have had someone else, such as Mark, write down what they had to say, but it is disturbing that there would not be any mention of the Gospels being written down until the mid second century CE. Of course, the later Christian scholars wanted to put the writings of the gospel as early to the death of Jesus as possible, so as to minimize the length of time Jesus' teachings were transmitted orally. This was a major obstacle since all of the evidence points to the gospels being written no earlier than the mid second century, 125 to 130 CE at the earliest. If it were to be established that the gospels were orally transmitted for over 100 years after Jesus' death, this would cause doubts about their authenticity, since this would preclude the gospel being written by the actual apostle or anyone who had firsthand knowledge of Jesus' teachings. For the past 200 years, biblical textual experts have worked long and hard on figuring the order the Gospels were written and have come up with many different theories. It is generally accepted among Christian scholars that John was the last Gospel written. The most accepted theory of how the synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, were written is the two source theory. Mark was supposedly the first and was written shortly before the temple was destroyed. Q, the hypothetical sayings gospel, was written sometime before Mark. The Q material is composed of sayings of Jesus that are nearly identical, even in the original Greek, to Matthew and Luke. Both Mark and Q, therefore, were used as the basis for Matthew and Luke, which were written shortly after the temple was destroyed by the Roman invaders in 70 CE. In 1955, Austin M. Farmer came up with what is known as the Farrer hypothesis. It simply gets rid of Q saying Luke borrowed from Matthew, both of which were based on Mark. In early 18th century theologian Christian Welk had a similar theory, but he had Matthew borrowing from Luke. However, there are other Christian scholars who disagree with Mark being the earliest of the Gospels, not the least of which were just about all of the early church fathers. One of the earliest of the modern theologians who questioned the primacy of Mark was John J. Griesbach. This is the model of what is known as the Griesbach hypothesis. Griesbach said Matthew was the first gospel, not Mark. Luke borrowed from Matthew, and then Mark was written last, with edited material from both Mark, Matthew, and Luke. It is worth noting that several of the second century church fathers also had this view. The Griesbach hypothesis is similar to what Augustine of Hippo wrote in the 5th century CE. However, Augustine and Matthew being written first, influencing Mark, then both Matthew and Mark influenced Luke. Of course, there were still other Christian scholars like Clement of Alexandria who argue that Luke was the first gospel. Later scholars, such as Anton Friedrich Busching, believe that Luke came first, then Matthew, then Mark, which was based on both Luke and Matthew. W. Lockton's theory, called naturally the Lockton hypothesis, is that Luke came first, then Mark, and then Matthew was based upon the two. Okay, we're almost done with this one section, but let's take a little break. Um, okay, so he's trying to discredit, the source, or saying that nobody knows the order in which these were written or who influenced who. He's basically trying to discredit the New Testament, is what he's trying to do. Are you there, Claire?
Yes, yes. Of course he would be, because that's his plan.
Well,
He
you
has
must be
to
like,
discredit Christianity in order to push Noahide, the Noahide laws on Gentiles in America, obviously.
well, this must be working in your favor. You must want to use this information to attack the New Testament.
Well, I already attacked the New Testament, and I was explaining to you the basis of my arguments about how it should be considered lower status than the Torah and the Quran. Leaving it a two-horse race about which Abrahamic religion to adopt. And I'm saying, it's got to be Islam, just using your logic, because most Westerners are not Jews, and most Jews don't want to live their lives as observant Jews. And I'm saying, I just don't see why people can't see this thing. It's so simple. I'm not asking you to look at this scripture and that scripture and make comparisons and examine the grammar and history and, crap like that. I mean, this is what Toby Singer does, and he does know a lot, but most people just don't know what he's talking about. And I'm saying, saying this is everybody gets it. It's like, well, who wrote the New Testament? And even Christians will have to say Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and Paul. And it's like, well, they're not immortal. They're not Jesus. They're not God. Why are you listening to them? Well, Jews, they actually say their Torah, their scripture comes from God, and so do Muslims.
Alan Cecile has this big problem he's inherited from the Jews and he's taken from the Jews, where like 90% of the book is footnotes. So I don't know why Jews do this. I've noticed this amongst Jews. They love using like extensive, extensive, extensive footnotes. And I'm not reading all his footnotes, but I know in Judaism, the footnotes often abrogate the obvious meaning of what was said in the text. Like, it the footnotes often make it clear that they don't mean what they're really saying. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
yes. I mean, you remember when you were reading William Bryanus's paper on secular Quranism, spelled with a Q, and it's only in the footnotes that you get, all he said, in the big print was nonsense. It was just, a way of snubbing me and saying I'm talking nonsense, right? Did you read that bit?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like it's confusing. Don't use footnotes for complicated issues what that people, most people don't get it.
Yeah,
Even educated people don't get it most of the time.
I don't. When I write, I never use footnotes.
Yeah, I try not
I'm
to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never use footnotes. I don't know why people do that. I think that it's if you have something that's important to read that you don't want the reader looking over, don't use a footnote because most people are not going to read the footnotes.
Yes.
The problem is that I'm looking at his footnotes. The thing that's annoying about this text, I am looking at the footnotes. They're very extensive, and just by grazing over them, I see that we're losing tons of information in this. And I don't want to. It's not even like it's set up. Sometimes the footnotes are on the same page as the footnote as where the footnote is printed or the text that it's referring to. So that would be easy to just scroll down and look at it. But these footnotes are all the way in the back of the chapter. So, I mean, in order to read each footnote, I have to stop what I was reading, go to the back of the chapter, find the footnote, read it. And I'm not going to be doing all that. But
Well,
uh,
maybe you have to do if you really want to do it properly. You'll just have to not read the footnotes and then read the footnote separately.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. That might be what I want to do. Um,
But you see the simplicity of my method. I mean, obviously Cecil would be, wanting to undermine the Christian narrative.
yes, of course he would. He would need
Yes.
to. He would need to undermine the Christian narrative, and he seems to be doing a pretty good job of it.
Hmm.
All right, let's continue. There are but a few of the dozens of theories as to how and in what order these books were written. The bottom line is that Christian scholars simply do not know which one of these synoptic gospels was written first, much less when they were written or who wrote them. The earliest evidence we have about the books of the New Testament comes from the church fathers, and the first church fathers whose writings we have is Clement of Rome, dating from the last of the first century to the beginning of the second, sometimes between 90 and 110 CE. One of the things that stand out in Clement's work is how he treats the Hebrew scriptures as opposed to the oral teachings of Jesus. In Clement's epistle to the Corinthians, chapter 3, he writes, "And then was fulfilled that which is written, My beloved did eat and drink," which was a quote from Deuteronomy 32:15. When quoting from the Tanakh, Clement writes, "That which is written, or thus saith the scripture." Clement also spoke of Paul's writings, chapter 47. Take up the epistle of the blessed apostle Paul. What did he write to you at the time when the gospel first began to be preached? Truly, under the inspiration of the Spirit, he wrote to you concerning himself and Cephas and Apollos, because even then parties had been formed among you. When speaking about Jesus, however, Clement is obviously drawing from oral tradition, remembering the words of our Lord Jesus Christ. Only twice does Clement allude to the authority of Jesus' oral teachings, whereas he quotes the written Tanakh over 100 times. However, to assume that Clements faithfully recorded the actual words of Jesus can be seen in the way he mangled the scriptures of the Tanakh. In the first epistle of Clement to the Corinthians in chapter 4, Clement quotes from Genesis 4:7, Be at peace, thy offering returns to thyself, and thou shalt again possess it." Compare that with the same verse from the Tanakh. Surely, if you improve yourself, you will be forgiven. But if you do not improve yourself, sin rests at the door. It its desires toward you, yet you can conquer it. Again in chapter 4, Clement quotes from the Torah one account of envy. Aaron and Miriam had to make their abode within the camp. If you read this verse in the Tanakh, you will see that only Miriam was quarantined outside the camp. So Miriam was quarantined outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not journey until Miriam was brought in. In chapter 47, we see Clement misquote Isaiah 60:17. For thus saith the scripture in a certain place, I will appoint their bishop in righteousness and their deacons in faith. The Tanakh says, I will designate your appointment official for peace and your overlords for righteousness. Of course, when it was not enough for Clement to mangle the Tanakh, he simply made up verses. I will listen to you as the holy people. 1 Clement to Clement to Corinthians chapter 8. And again, he, Moses, said, I am but a smoke of a pot. Since it is written, cleave to the holy, for those that cleave to them shall themselves be made holy. So that, whatever, he's just quoting things to say that this guy Clement is making things up. Polycarp, another early second century church father, also relied on the oral teachings rather than the written gospel. As the Lord has said, the spirit truly is written, the flesh is weak. Again, we see the Polycarp did not say it is written when referring to the words of Jesus, but is relying on oral tradition. Nowhere in Polycarp writings does he speak of Jesus' teaching as written as he does as Paul. For neither I nor any other such one can come up to the wisdom of the blessed and glorified Paul. He, when among you, accurately and steadfastly taught the word of truth in the presence of those who were then alive. And when absent from you, he wrote you a letter, which, if you carefully study, you will find to be the means of building you up in that faith which has been given to you. Ignatius, a contemporary of Polycarp during the early second century, also mentioned Paul's epistles. Ye are initiated into the mysteries of the gospel with Paul, the holy, the martyr, the deservedly most happy, at whose feet may I be found when I shall attain to God, who in all his epistles makes mention of you in Christ Jesus. Not until Justin in the mid second century CE is there a mention of any kind of written text for the Gospels. Justin Justin does not mention a specific gospel, instead calling them by the vague term the memoirs of the apostles. However, Justin usually quoted the original tradition as the chapter 15 of his one apology. Concerning chastity, he uttered such sentiments as these. It seems as though he is quoting from memory, since there are many discrepancies in the verse that Justin quotes. Clement of Alexandria used oral or unwritten sayings of Jesus as authoritative. Origen also made use of Jesus' oral teachings, putting the oral tradition well into the early third century. By the end of the second century, the church fathers Irenaeus and Clement Alexander spoke of the written gospel, Christian of the written gospels. Christians point to this as proof that the Gospels existed by the late second century CE, but this does not prove that the apostles wrote the Gospels or that the Gospels existed before the second century. First of all, there is no mention of the Gospels by anyone prior to Marcion's Gospel of Luke and the obscure reference by Justin around 150 CE. Secondly, and more importantly, these same church fathers also supported apostolic authorship of many other books, such as The Shepherd or Pastor of Hermas. The Shepherd of Hermas, written in the second century CE, was one of the most popular New Testament books, if not the most popular, until the fourth century. Most of the early church fathers backed the claim that Hermas, Romans 16:14, wrote the Shepherd of Hermas, also the Epistle of Barnabas, which was written during the early second century, was attributed to the early church fathers. To Barnabas, a Levite from Cyprus who traveled with Paul, it is interesting to note that both of these books are found in one of those codexes, which gives an indication of how respected both of these works were into the fourth century. The testimony of church fathers like Irenaeus, Clement, and Alexandria and Origen for the apostolic authorship of the Gospels is questionable, to say the least, since they also attributed to the authorship of the Epistle of Barnabas to since they also attributed the authorship of Epistle of Barnabas to the first century Barnabas and the Shepherd of Hermas to Hermas. It is also notable that most of the early church fathers did not view books now part of the New Testament canon, such as James, Second Peter, Jude, and Revelation, as being written by the apostles. This is, of course, just a sample. All of the differences in the church father. This, of course, is just a sample. All the differences in the church fathers' quotations from the New Testament text and opinions of authorship encompass a work far beyond the scope of this book. However, a few important observations can be made. First, there is absolutely no mention of a written gospel text by any of the church fathers before the middle of the second century CE, even though they often quote from the Tanakh as well as Paul's written epistles. In fact, there are hardly any quotes from the Gospels worth mentioning until the mid second century, and even then, many of the church fathers used the oral tradition well into the third century when adding to the text of the Gospels. Secondly, one has to ask how accurate the information was in the oral tradition. Jesus spoke Hebrew and probably Aramaic, not Greek. From this are enormous wait and certainly not Shakespearean English. The linguistic problem that arises from this is enormous. During Christianity's most crucial formative period, during the second century CE, there was not a single church father that could read or speak either Hebrew or Aramaic. Translating Jesus' teachings into Greek would certainly mean the loss of many subtle nuances of the original language, if not the original meaning itself. Moreover, one must question the validity and the integrity of the Christian oral tradition. We know that the church altered the written manuscripts at the slightest theological whim. Even the text of Tanakh was fair game for alterations for alterations if it did not agree with their theology. We can see this from the Old Testament quotations in the New Testament that agree neither with the Tanakh nor even the Septuagint, such as those in Mark 2:23, Mark 27 9-10, or John 7:38. Why should anyone assume that the church would preserve the unadulterated oral teachings of Jesus? Third, there is the gospel of which the oral tradition was written down. The first written gospel that we know of is that of Marcion around the mid second century CE. He took the oral teachings of Luke, which Marcion called simply the gospel, minus the Jewish verses, and produced the first New Testament. The earliest papyrus that we have of any of the New Testament gospels is Ryland. Ryland something 52, which is tentatively dated to about 125 CE. Of course, the dating of ancient manuscripts is hardly any exact science, and many scholars give the date of this papyrus fragment a much later date, putting it in the late second century. Even so, 125 CE is probably the earliest date of when the Gospel of John was written. Okay. Let's take a break. We're at a chapter heading or summary heading. I guess we're gonna. It's not gonna take me that much longer to read this book.
Is it?
No, because there's so many footnotes. I'm on page 63, and I have to read up until page 114. But most of this is all footnotes. There's like pages and pages and pages of footnotes.
Yeah, you'll have to read the footnotes, I guess, if you want to do it properly. So,
No, I'm not reading that. I'm not going back and reading all of these footnotes.
oh, but I thought you said they were sort of separate
They
in
are. They are a separate
at the back.
thing. They are a second thing in the back that I can read. Yeah, they are a separate thing in the back that I can read.
Karen's, oh, sorry, Amanda's in the chat.
Oh, really? What is she saying?
Well, she's being friendly now, but she was accusing me of accusing her of idolatry, well, hidden idolatry, on Twitter. And I said I wasn't. Well, I sort of was, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know why people get so offended. I'm saying, people can sort of inadvertently fall into hidden idolatry without even realizing it. And I think when they are more Muslims, they can be accusing each other of hidden idolatry, which is more fun than the boring stuff that they go on about.
Uh-huh.
I suppose we can take a break by talking about hidden idolatry if you're interested in the subject, or do you want to talk about something else?
Well, we talk about hidden idolatry all the time, Claire. You bring that up every stream.
Okay, it's my flavor of the month because I don't think people get it.
Well, but just well, because it's not really relevant, Claire, because
For me, look, this is all very simple. I don't think you understand it either. So I'm saying atheism and pantheism and anything that isn't about worshipping the Abrahamic God or obeying his laws is hidden idolatry. And I'm saying Jews and Muslims apparently praying correctly and thinking they're so wonderful and pious can also be guilty of hidden idolatry. And I can prove that they are guilty of hidden idolatry because they don't do what they're supposed to do. And because they don't do what they're supposed to do, they are in fact responsible for all the terrible things that have happened in the world on earth because they just won't do what they're supposed to be doing. And I'm saying Jews because they won't teach Gentiles properly the reasons for idolatry and blasphemy, have, incited anti-Semitism against themselves, because when Gentile governments are bad and corrupt, um, Gentiles blame Jews, and it's kind of, what's the word? Well, linked. It's like every time, but I mean, it's not just Jews who get the blame. Um, the elite, well, okay, people at the bottom always suffer most when something goes wrong in their government. That they, if taxes go up, it hurts them more. If something goes wrong, it hurts them more because they have less money and less resources to protect them from whatever that is bad that is happening. So they always suffer more, and when they suffer, they blame the people above them. And if there happen to be Jews, then they'll blame Jews. But if there are no Jews, like in China during the Cultural Revolution, they'll blame anybody above them with more money than they have, like landlords and, you know, uh, rich people and government officials and scholars and universities and that sort of thing. So that's what they always do. And I'm saying, if you think of all the bad things that have happened in any country in the world, it will be caused by their government not following Quranic principles. And and of course, you're going to say, "Oh, but these countries aren't even Muslims. Why do you expect them to?" And I'm saying, well, because Muslims haven't been promoting the message enough. They don't obey chapter 18, verse 4 of the Quran. So if you deal with Christians, and Christians are the most powerful idolaters in the whole wide world, the other, less powerful religious groups who are idolaters will fall in line. So they have to admonish the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury for claiming that God has begotten a son, which is what chapter 18, verse 4 does. And I keep asking all these Muslims, when was the last time that any Muslim national leader ever did such a thing? And all I get is crickets. So they haven't been doing it. They can only think of an example when it was publicly done. And I'm saying the best way of doing it, now that we have Twitter, is for Muslims to ask the Pope and the Archbishop of Canterbury how Christianity isn't idolatry and how Jesus is God. That's all they have to do, and I don't see them doing it. It's so easy, and they won't do it. And as for rabbis on Twitter, all they have to do is rank the four Gentile religions, and it all fits into one tweet, and they still won't do it. I'm not asking them to climb Mount Everest on their own or anything like that. They just have.
Well, wait, to be honest, some rabbis do say that Islam is Noahide and Christianity is not. Like that rabbi, you sent me the clip from No More News with Adam Green where he was showing that Jordan Peterson's going Noahide, and that Muslim scholar that was talking to him. Oh, that was a Muslim scholar, wasn't it? Never mind. I thought no, but there are rabbis that say that Islam is better than Christianity, or at least Islam is not idolatry.
Yeah, but I think in the Western world, I mean, there are enough rabbis on Twitter. They do have a Twitter presence, so they could be doing that. And that would, begin to expiate their sins of omission. And it's so easy, but they won't do it. It's not going to cost them anything, and they're already on Twitter, and they won't do it. And these Muslims, I guess they don't get it because they're a bit slow, or they are guilty of worshipping their hidden idol of fear, of being accused of whatever, extremism. I guess if the Muslim, they don't want to, because I've just had a tweet from someone called Omar saying that if any Muslim national leader did it, there would be regime change imposed on them by their American overlords who identify as Christian. I suppose you can say hidden idolatry is a kind of psychology, really. I mean, you kind of work out what their problem is, what they're not saying is really the problem, what they don't want to admit. So of course these Jews and Muslims don't want to admit that they're afraid of Christian, their Christian overlords. So they'll pretend to agree that liberal democracy makes sense because it's the best system on earth ever, 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 and it'll never die because it's holy. Oh, or other words to that effect. But this culture war is being fought in Israel even now, which is really rather neat and quite politically and morally satisfying. Because if Jews serve Gentiles any purpose at all, it is to serve as a microcosm of humanity. So whatever Jews do, it's like, well, just see what they do and what happens to them, and work out what we should be doing because of what they did and what happened to them. I mean, we could regard them as a kind of pilot scheme or experiment. And I think white people should kind of. I know, like the white people like to accuse Jews of all sorts, but really, if the rest of the world got together and accused white people of all the things anti-Semitic white people would accuse Jews of, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves successfully. It's like, yes, you control everything: the media, the military, the banks. And you've been telling us to do all these things that you know to be wrong because you want to subvert our governments, because you want to control us and use us as resources and slaves for your evil purposes. All these arguments can be made against white people who don't like Jews.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can really accuse white people of doing everything that Jews do, I mean, pretty easily, and but I don't really go near all that Jews control the banks and the media and stuff. I don't go near that because I know that it's not fully true. I mean, I think it's partially true in that there's a disproportionate number of Jews in the media and in banks and in academia and all this other kind of stuff. I'm not going to deny that, but those liberal Jews are not really bothering me too much. I don't care if liberal Jews are setting up, drag queen story hour. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm flipping out over, and I'm not even necessarily flipping out over maybe Jews are really behind immigration, maybe Jews are really behind race mixing. I mean, I do care about preserving the white race and stuff, but even with that, that's not really what gets my goat. That's not why I'm flipping out about Jews. You know what I mean? Whereas, the problem is, okay, w- controlling to do what? What are you accusing them? Okay, so the all these anti-Semitic dissident far right white men accuse the Jews of running everything to set up a liberal, secular, democratic, leftist order, right? To a lot of people, to 50% of the population, that sounds like a good thing. It sounds like a good thing. And let me tell you something, like all these white far right men that are blaming Jews, yeah, they have something much worse planned for everybody. I mean they have something much worse planned than drag queen story hour. I mean, they have a lot harder, harsher, more militant, more deadly plans for the human race. And so of course people are going to be more open towards the Jewish agenda than towards the,
Well,
far right
they would
agenda.
be for the status quo because there's always, in physics, there's this thing called inertia. Yes.
Mhm.
people will just prefer the status quo because they don't want to move. And I think, Jews and Gentiles are, have the same preference. And I don't think it's a good idea to blame Jews for everything because, okay, in defense of Jews, you can say all these liberal Jews. It's like, well, they're just going with the program. They live in the West. The the orthodoxy, the political orthodoxy, is liberalism. So they're being servants of liberalism. They're being the goody two shoes of liberalism. They're the teacher's pet of liberalism. And why don't we just think of them as being a bit stupid, really? Instead of thinking, oh, they're doing this and profiting and blah blah blah. It's like, well, it's really stupid to support a failing political ideology and be its poodles, to be its servants when it's like, okay, it's like being tax collector or traffic warden, the people who give you parking tickets. They're put in that position. They're often put in that position because nobody wants that job, right? Nobody wants to be, the one putting parking fines on people's cars and having to
Mhm.
deal with the abuse and anger. And I've noticed that in London, a lot of people are immigrants. They're black. I guess they couldn't find any other job but that job, so they took it, and they doubly hated as well because for the local to see some foreigner put in a uniform giving them fines is infuriating and enraging. But I guess these foreigners, I'm sure they prefer a better, a nice office job, giving orders, but because of their position, they're obliged to take whatever job that is going. But okay, I'm saying that the problem is liberalism and nobody will consider it. It's just like they don't like talking about ideas. It's like, oh, but there's Jews and we're going to accuse them because we've always hated them. What is the point of having Jews around if you can't blame them for everything? So let's just do that. And that's how, low status, low income, low information, low IQ people do. They focus on the material. They you know they think of immigration as just the people they hate, changing their country and being different. And I'm saying, we should think of the cause and not just keep complaining about the symptoms. But these low IQ people, they don't even know the meaning of disease and symptoms. They think it's the same thing. They're always making these category errors because they're not taught how to think. And if you explain it to them, they're angry because they don't want to be corrected. They don't want to be thinking that all the hatred they've felt for all these people was wrong, and they should question their political orthodoxy for 250 years, which is liberalism. They don't want to admit that they are wrong, and so were their ancestors. But I think they would find it easier to admit that they were wrong if they believed in God. It's like, well, God, what is 250 years to God? What is 2,000 years of Christianity to God?
Mhm. Yeah. Um, well, I mean, I think the way to change Jews is to basically shame them into teaching the Noahide code.
Yes.
I think liberal Jews, if Gentiles approach liberal Jews and they said you're supposed to be teaching the Noahide laws, first of all, liberal Jews are not going to want to say anything bad about the Noahide laws. They're not going to be like, oh no, we can't teach that because it's anti-idolatry, anti-blasphemy, anti-homosexuality. They're not going to say that. They're not going to say no, that they're wrong. They might try to get out of it using technical details and things like that, but they're not actually going to come out and condemn anti-idolatry, anti-blasphemy, anti-homosexuality. And I think, if you're not going to condemn it, that obviously means you don't think that it's wrong. And if you don't think something's wrong, you eventually have to ask your question, well, is it right? The very few things in moral matters like this are neutral. Very few things are, they can be either right or wrong, and it's up to your opinion, or at least that most people would just tolerate the idea that, oh well, it doesn't matter either way. I mean, if you say killing idolaters, blasphemers, and homosexuals, I mean, most people are not going to accept, well, I don't really care either way. They're going to want to know on whose side do you stand there. And liberal Jews, if we put this question to them and make a big deal out of it, they're going to have to eventually at least say something negative about idolaters, blasphemers, and homosexuals in order to legitimize, the Noahide laws. And so you're kind of putting them, and even like, if they're like Chat GPT, and they say something like, well, the Noahide laws are nuanced, and it depends on who you're talking to and all this other kind of stuff. And you know well, that could be dealt with easily, because the very, well, but what about the interpretations that do say to kill idolaters and blasphemers and homosexuals? Like, those interpretations are valid, and people are supporting them. Alan Cecil supports building Noahide courts and things like that. And you kind of have to, like, come to a decision as to whether this is something you're going to support or not. So, putting them to the test. The only thing that I know is that when you go, at the end of the day, when you go to liberal Jewry and you lay it down on the line and you tell them, you're really supposed to be teaching the Noahide laws, why aren't you doing it? Their answer is going to work on the side of Judaism. They're going to say something like, well, oh, maybe we should, or, you know, um, I don't. They're not going to come out and say, "Oh no, that's absolutely wrong. We can't spread the Noahide laws. Are horrible." No secular Jew is going to come out and say that.
I don't. I think we should divide and rule the Jews by saying, who should we talk to? We know that secular Jews and religious Jews disagree. They're at war with each other in Israel, so there's no point treating them as um, a monolith. We know they disagree, and it is, degrading to treat them as a monolith and say all Jews, think this, all Jews never do that. So, we should be dividing and ruling them by asking them, which one of you lot, should we be talking to? Which of, who is as high a status Jew in,
Oh,
in,
I
in
think we should
global
no.
Jewry?
We should make the decision for them and just tell liberal Jews to fuck off,
Yes,
uh, and just listen to Orthodox Jewry and only consider.
exactly.
I think that I think we should just make this campaign to stop, respecting liberal Jews as Jews. Just, just, you're not Jewish. You're just.
Yeah, because if they were put on they wouldn't be staying long on the register of Jews, would they? Because they wouldn't be going to synagogue, and Reform Judaism doesn't count. So they'd all be kind of struck off the register, or never even be on it in the first place.
My
Because
only problem my only problem with liberal Jews is that they still liberal Jews are schizophrenic in that, they'll sit. I don't know. I
they
just
are
don't think.
schizophrenic, because it is, do this multiple truth hypothesis, which is just a recipe for neurosis and double think. It's like saying, yes, I'm up and down, and in and out, and right and left, and good and evil, and you know, and Jewish and secular. Because if you go back to basics. You're as a Jew, you're not even allowed to break the Sabbath because it's death for you. Breaking the Sabbath is death for a Jew. And if they've forgotten all of that, or if they don't think it matters. So basically, I mean, I would argue that any Jew who has committed any of the 36 capital offenses is no longer a Jew, right? So let's say I get my way and they're all struck off the register. I mean, it's like, the number of Jews in the world would be negligible and you wouldn't be complaining about them anymore. But you will still have your problem, right? You'd still have your problem.
Well, actually, I would think that all these dissident far right white men don't like your plan because if all liberal Jews were considered to be not Jews, then they really don't have a Jewish problem anymore, do they?
They don't have
Like,
anybody to blame, and then they'll have to blame themselves. It's like, oh dear, liberalism was wrong, wasn't it? Oh, but liberalism was created because Christianity was such crap. And well, in that case, what should we do if Christianity was so, was so horrible that liberalism, we happily replaced it with liberalism. We could try Nazism again, really, or try fascism again, or communism again. And it's like, do they really want to do that? I mean, they haven't tried secular Quranism, which is at least closer to what God, if he exists, might approve of. And, and these laws are sort of reasonable. And, actually quite a few of these Quranic principles of governments is already in the laws of Western countries. It's just that they've forgotten about it and stopped enforcing them.
I hope Stephen J. James is listening to this with what we're going over with Alan Cecile and tearing Christianity apart. And I'm sure even if he believes what we're saying, he doesn't care.
I think what I said yesterday impressed him. That if you don't have a moral system that you can follow from generation to generation, what's going to happen is that every generation will think it's, the previous generation were heretics and evil people. And then, when they come to have children, their children will be taught something completely different to what they were taught at school. And hate their parents for being, disgusting fascists or, degenerate liberals or whatever. I mean, this is going to happen if you don't have a moral system that you can follow from generation to generation. The key to this idea is generation to generation.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he took that point. He said that was food for thought. And obviously you're just going to end up killing each other. If forget the foreigners. You as a family can't even get on with each other, and actually you probably won't even form families with each other because men and women will hate each other so much they wouldn't even think of marrying. So you won't have, there won't be a problem of worrying about, what the older generation and the younger generation think of each other, because there won't be generations being produced by these men and women who will marry each other or have children with each other. And if they did, they wouldn't stay together to parent their children properly. So they'll all be, well, unemployable and criminal and, sleeping on the streets, or drug addicted and selling their bodies to the night. I don't know.
Oh God, Claire. Oh. All right, hold on one second. Let's go back to Alan Cecil for a few minutes. Oh, this is a long chapter heading, but let me see something. Do I have to read all this?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Let me just see something.
I'm going to step away for a minute.
Okay. So, do I want to read this part? Do I really want to read all these? Okay. So, I'm not going to read all these things. So, we're talking about textual alterations, and he has this big block of scripture here, these different scriptures, and he shows how the different versions of the Bible that were based on different Greek translations, not the same Greek. This is not people taking the same Greek document and translating it different ways. We've been discussing how there were three separate documents of Greek scripture from which you could choose from to make a translation, and different Bibles used different documents to make the translations, and these translations don't agree with each other. So that's what basically, I'm not reading them all. It's just a bunch of passages and it shows how they differ. But to see the discrepancies in the transmission of Jesus' teachings, one has only to compare modern English translations such as the Byzantine King James Version and the Alexandrian, such as the New International Version, and compare the New Testament text. The examples below are only a small percentage of the instances of textual alterations and are limited to the words of Jesus. Keep in mind, these discrepancies have nothing to do with translation. They reflect the discrepancies in the ancient Greek texts themselves. So I'm not going through them all, but anyway, you got it. This entire book of text, one of the most famous stories in the New Testament, is not original. The style and vocabulary is unlike the rest of John's Gospel, and no early Greek manuscript, including Papyri 66 and 75 or Codex something or B, contains it. Most importantly, it is not quoted by any of the early church fathers. For the Jewish scribes to alter the Torah in such a way is unthinkable, for it would mean editing God's word. When Noahides read the Torah, they are confident that the Jewish scribes have treated the Hebrew text with the respect it deserves, and even though the English translation might slightly differ, the Hebrew text will be the same in every Torah. Yet the Christians thought nothing about changing the words of Jesus. It is astounding that the thousands of spelling errors in the Greek New Testament text are simply explained by sloppiness and carelessness of Greek scribes. Even more disconcerting are the deliberate alterations of the Greek text. For example, the King James Version, the passage of John 9:35 is translated as Jesus heard that they had cast him out, and when he had found him, he said to him, "Do you believe in the Son of God?" The phrase "Son of God" has the theological connotation of divinity and is quite different from the phrase "the Son of Man," which does not. However, "Son of Man" is what the earlier versions of newly discovered text, Papyri 66 and 75, say. These papyri have been dated from about the year 200 CE, a good 200 years before any text contained the phrase "Son of God." To say that changing the word "man" to "God" does not change the meaning of the passage is certainly stretching the truth. Right. You hear that, Stephen J. James? Your people were just editing shit and lying. In Matthew 24:36, early manuscripts have Jesus talking about the second coming, saying, "But of that day and hour no one knows, no, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but my Father only." This is also how the verse reads in Mark 13:32. In later manuscripts of Matthew, nor the Son had been removed. If these are the true words of Jesus, then he must have said them for a reason. However, the phrases contradict important aspects of the theological ideology. For if Jesus was God, as Christians claim, and he had just gotten through giving specific details of what is to happen during the second coming, why does he not know the exact time? Again, we see that a liberal editing process was employed to resolve theological discrepancies in the text. Yes, that's a very good example. Why doesn't Jesus know when the second coming is coming? Another important example of the words of Jesus being altered is found in the Lord's Prayer. Verse 13 from the Byzantine manuscript: "For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen." do not exist in early Alexandrian manuscripts. The corresponding versions of the prayer in Luke has always more additions in the Greek manuscripts. Since the Lord's Prayer is the most important prayer in the New Testament, the prayer that Jesus himself taught his followers to recite, editing this part of the New Testament is tantamount to editing or deleting sentences in the Shema. Yet the importance of faithfully transmitting Jesus' most important prayer did not stop the Christian scribes from altering the text. So when a Christian opens up their copy of the New Testament to defend their faith, and overlooked a major point disregarded and overlooked by Christians and non-Christian scholars, the credibility of the Christian religion is based on documents that were extensively altered. It is understandable why Christian scholars have additionally been reticent in the subject. How could someone explain to his or her congregation that such and such theological principles was based on a bogus passage in the New Testament inserted by some nameless monk hundreds of years after the New Testament was initially written? Or try to explain to a Christian missionary attempting to convert someone that he or she is quoting from a New Testament text known to be a late insertion? Go get him, Alan Cecil. Another major issue is that Christians often complain that alterations in the text do not occur in any of the theologically sensitive verses of the New Testament. The truth is there are many alterations in the text of the theological imprint. Important verses. Texts about the virgin birth have been altered. The earliest texts of Matthew 1:16, such as Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, say that Joseph and Mary were Jesus' biological parents. In Luke 2:33, the verse in the Codex B reads, "The child's father and mother are marveled." In text, this verse was altered to, "And Joseph and his mother marveled," changing the fact of Joseph being Jesus' biological father. Matthew 3:16, Jesus' baptism was altered, NB and the Syrian text do not have unto him. As noted above, the most important prayer of Jesus was the Lord's Prayer, was altered in Matthew 6:13. For thine is thy kingdom come, and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Matthew 18:11, for the Son of Man is come to save that which was lost, is not found in any Greek manuscript prior to the 5th century. Luke 22:17-20 has many different versions, a sure sign of a textual corruption. Codex Bezae and many of the old italic texts omit half of verse 19 and all of verse 20, which means the theologically important words found in verse 20. This cup is the New Testament in my blood, which is to shed for you. The only place in the Greek gospel that has the phrase New Covenant or Testament were a later addition. This is a very important verse for a Christian theology. For if all four gospels for in all four Gospels, this is the only place where the words New Testament are found. The word new is not in the early Greek text of earlier Matthew versions of the Last Supper. Without this one word, Jesus could have been talking about some other covenant, such as the Abrahamic or Mosaic covenant. More importantly, none of the 2nd century church fathers mentioned it. The crucifixion account also holds corrupted text. The text in Luke 23:34 then said, Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, is not found in the earliest text. Likewise, for the second part of Matthew 27:35, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken by the prophet, they partnered my garments among them, and upon my vesture did they cast lots. 1 Timothy 3:16, and without controversy great is the mystery of godliness. God was manifest in the flesh is another theologically important verse that was altered. All the versions from the 8th century CE have who was manifested in the flesh. The word God was added to later texts to support claims of Jesus' divinity. Romans 14:10 says, "For we shall all stand before the judgment seat of Christ." But the earliest text says the judgment seat of God. The verse in Acts 8:37, and Philip said, "If you believe with all your heart, you may." And he answered and said, "I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God," is not found in any Greek text before the 6th century. The famous Trinitarian formula of 1 John 5:78, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. All there are three that bear witness in earth is not found in any Greek witness until the 13th century, a very late addition to the text. Even the famous verse in Revelation 22:19, warning about making changes to the text, and if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, was altered. The Textus Receptus has book of life. The words tree of life are found in all other Greek manuscripts. Christian scholars also tend to overlook that the earliest New Testament readings, the Western readings, have never been published as a popular Christian Bible in the English language. There are compelling arguments that the Western texts are the earliest, since all the second century church fathers also constituted the earliest Christian theologians, used the Western text. For the first 200 years of Christianity's existence, the Western text was the only text that existed. It is obvious to those who have read the Western text why it has never been properly published into English. There are many readings that would be totally unfamiliar to Christians and would certainly cast doubt upon the validity of the New Testament itself. For example, many of the Western texts for the book of Acts texts for the book of Acts have nearly 10% more material than the Alexandrian. That would be nearly three entire chapters added to the book of Acts. Much more striking is the difference between the so called Western type of New Testament text, on the other hand, and all the other types of text on the other. In the book of Acts, for example, the Western text is about 8.5% longer than what is customarily regarded as canonical form of that book. In the 18th century, William Winston published what he held to be the only authentic form of the New Testament, namely an English translation resting on the two chief witnesses of the Western type of text, Codex Bezae and Codex Calamonis. The claim of the Alexandrian text supporter is that the earliest existing papyri are Alexandrian. Many of the earlier papyri do not have Alexandrian readings, but most of these papyri are mixed texts. That is, they have elements of all three texts, Alexandria, Western, and Byzantine. One must also keep in mind that most of the papyrus fragments were found in Egypt, where the dry desert climate was conducive to their preservation. Since the papyrus came from the vicinity of Alexandria, it makes sense that the text would have a high proportion of Alexandrian reading. Both the Byzantine and Alexandrian texts are polished and refined Greek texts and have gotten through a great deal of addition and alteration. Neither the Byzantine nor the Alexandrian are found in their finished form until the late 3rd century CE. Western text, as shown by the writings of the 2nd century church fathers, was spread out across the Mediterranean from Syria to Italy and even into Egypt. This, unlike the Alexandrian Byzantine texts, which were localized texts. These two late corrupt texts, the Alexandrian and Byzantine, are the ones used today for all English translations of the New Testament. Moreover, to this day, no English translations of the New Testament from the Western text is readily available. There are a few obscure English translations, all out of print, and no real attempt has been made to introduce an English Bible from the Western text. I wonder why. Right, Stephen J. James? But Stephen J. James doesn't care about facts or logic or rationalism or being genuine or correct or scholarly or intellectually honest. He doesn't care about any of that kind of stuff. He only cares, well, Christianity was the religion of my ancestors, so that's what I'm going to do without thinking, without criticism, without advancement, without reflection. And that's why he's going to go down with Christianity. From the Middle Ages until the later half of the 19th century, the Byzantine text was the official and unchallenged text of the church. There were only a few early exceptions, such as Diatessaron in Syria, and a few other scattered areas. Upon the discovery of the older original Greek papyri and codices, many of them with texts that were quite dissimilar from the received text, it was obvious that there were many corruptions in the New Testament text, many more than could be explained by simple scribal error. Scholars pursued the arduous task of trying to recreate the original text of the Gospels, which they called the autographs. The supporters of the Alexandrian text, scholars like Tischendorf, Urbanhard, Nessel, and Westcott and Hort, had their own Greek texts put together from the early documents now at their disposal, and the theological battles began over which of the new Greek texts was closer to the autographs. The supporters of the traditional Byzantine text fought bitterly against these new texts, which were based upon the more, according to them, Gnostic Alexandrian text. Recently, another group has come to challenge both the Byzantine and Alexandrian text supporters. These people favor the Western text, which is supported by the ancient Syriac and Old Italic texts, as well as the writings of the second century church fathers. One of the rules in textual criticism is that, in general, the shorter reading is to be preferred. Yet the earliest Western reading were the longest, and the text became shorter as it was edited and smoothed out in the third century, gradually turning into what we call the Alexandrian Byzantine text. The Western text, the text used almost exclusively by the second century church fathers, is considered by the textual critics as a paraphrase of the original Gospels, and it is not a unique text type as the Alexandrian or the Byzantine. It is usually described as any text that is not Alexandrian or non-Byzantine. The problem with trying to find the original text is that the closer one gets to the first century, the Greek texts of the New Testament become more and more diverse. Mhm. The true purpose of the biblical criticism is to make people believe that there were original Greek texts of the gospel instead of explaining how the early Christian writers took the orally transmitted sayings of Jesus and wove them into narratives complete with miracles and stories. There were many other gospels written during the same period as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Excuse me. There were many other gospels written during the period of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Gospels such as the Gospel of Ebionites, the Gospel of Nazarene, the Gospels according to the Hebrews, the Gospels of the Egyptians, Gospels of Peter, as well as the Gospels of Thomas. These Gospels contain many miracle stories and sayings attributed to Jesus that are not found in the four Gospels of the New Testament. We know that floating bits of oral tradition found their way into the text of the canonical Gospels, two examples being the pericope of John 7:53 to 8:11, and the long ending of Mark 16:9 to 20. One of the best examples of how the oral traditions of the long church were written down and edited by the early church were written down and edited is Papyrus Urgentans 2, a fragment of an unknown gospel that was first published in 1935. This papyrus has been dated to the first half of the second century, which makes it at least as old as Papyrus 52, if not older, and it contains elements of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, along with a previously unknown miracle. One top on top of this, the writing of the early church fathers shows even greater discrepancies of the text than do the early papyri. This raises serious questions about the use of the biblical criticism to try to determine the critical or original text. Even more disturbing is the Christian use of textual criticism to date the text of the Tanakh. Christian scholars such as J. Walhausen and W.R. Smith used biblical criticism to prove that the Torah was written in stages and much later than the time of Moses. This double standard of Christian biblical criticism, discrediting the Torah while at the same time trying to explain the Gospels, were not put together piecemeal and edited, is intellectually it is dishonest. Some scholars theorize that the mythical sayings gospel, was written in the first century, but the gospels in the form we know them today all probably did not exist until 125 or 130 CE at the earliest, which means they were created a good 100 years after the death of Jesus. This precludes that the apostles or any other eyewitnesses wrote the Gospels. Even then, for several hundred years, the text would continue to be revamped, altered, edited, and changed to conform to prevailing theology. Christian contextual experts continue to edit and revamp the New Testament to this very day. For every new papyrus scrap dug up that contains an early alteration is amended to the latest edition of the New Testament. Thus, the Noahide looks upon the gospel of the New Testament as Gnostic propaganda rather than Holy Scripture, such in the much way an Orthodox Christian looks upon the Gospel of Philip or the Gospel of Peter, spurious Gnostic works, rather than Scripture. One of the major reasons so many God fearing Christians have left Christianity to become Noahides is that they discover the church has not been honest about the integrity of the New Testament. And unlike the New Testament and Christianity, the teachings of Judaism about the Noahide laws harmonizes with the Torah. The claim that a person should follow Christianity because Christianity's orally transmitted teachings and interpretations are from the Christian church fathers instead of following the teachings of the sages and learned rabbis of the Talmud boils down to one point: who do you trust? To the Noahide, the answer is clear. There is no single New Testament text that a Christian can honestly point to and say, this is the true New Testament. There is no one Greek manuscript from the early centuries of Christianity that a Christian can confidently say, this manuscript honestly and accurately transmits the teachings of Jesus. Unlike the Jewish scribes who scrupulously and carefully copied the text of the Torah, the Christian scribes altered the New Testament text to an astonishing degree. Then the church fathers put these corrupted books into the Christian Bible alongside the Hebrew scriptures, claiming that the New Testament was written with divine guidance and claiming the New Testament was a scripture of the same guidance and claiming that the New Testament was scripture on the same level or above that of the Tanakh. Christianity teaches that one must interpret the Bible spiritually, which is to say, using Gnostic theology. But Gnostic mysticism simply cannot take the place of rabbinic logic. The Noahide knows that the sophisticated system of interpretation used by the rabbis to interpret the Torah, such as the 13 laws of Rabbi Ishmael, simply will not work with the New Testament. How can you interpret the teachings of Jesus by which words he used when every Greek text of the gospel has different wording? Or how can you glean meaning from a word with an unusual spelling if the same words are spelled differently in the various Greek texts? How can you call the New Testament the Word of God when the Christians themselves cannot agree on which New Testament text, the Byzantine, Alexandrian, or Western, is the true Word of God? How can a Christian play a proof text with a book that, instead of being faithfully handed down intact from one generation to the next, was spliced together from dozens of different texts by a committee? Stephen J. James, though he just Stephen James would just, ignore these um questions. He would just ignore these Christians and just poo-poo them.
And say, oh, but he's not an intellectual and doesn't understand these things, but he knows what he knows, and he knows that his heart is with his people, of his race, of his land, that kind of thing.
Yeah, heart is with his people of his land, and yeah, he doesn't care that he doesn't have a really stable type of
Moral
working.
system. We're talking about moral system, but it's too abstract for these people, right? Moral system, what is it? You can't see it.
Okay, I have 2 pages left in this chapter. Give me a second. Let me just use the bathroom. Let me finish those 2 pages, and
Yeah.
then hold on. Hello, hello.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
No.
All right, let's finish this. It's the authority of Jesus and then the conclusion, and then we should be done with what's it called? The Christian Talmud. The Noahides' faith in God. Okay, the Noahides' faith in God. Oh, wait, okay, the authority of the Jews. The Noahides' faith in God, the Christian's faith in God. A Christian's faith is based on the Gnostic teachings that Jesus was God. In other words, the Christian believed that God came down from heaven and in the form of a man, and that to accept the gnosis knowledge enables one to achieve salvation. The Christian claims to the authority of the New Testament is based on the Christian teaching that Jesus was God, and the claim that Jesus was God is supported only by the New Testament. This circular logic falls apart when one understands the corrupted nature of the Greek manuscripts of the New Testament as well as the Gnostic foundation of Christian theology. The main support for the Christian belief that Jesus was God was that Jesus came back from the dead, even if it were true that Jesus was reanimated. This does not validate the Gnostic teaching of the church for the Noahide, since nowhere in the Torah does it say anything about believing in someone being brought back from the dead is a prerequisite for salvation. The Tanakh teaches that others have been brought back from the dead before Jesus, and that many more will be brought back after Jesus. The Christian New Testament teaches that Moses and Elijah came and spoke to Jesus, two prophets that had been dead for centuries, and it passes over this event as if it were an everyday occurrence. God can resurrect the dead is one of the 13 principles of Maimonides. I believe with perfect faith that the dead will be brought back to life, and when God wills it, it will happen. Even the New Testament teaches that God raises Jesus from the dead. Nowhere does it say that Jesus did it himself. The faith of a Noahide is based on God and his teachings in the Torah, which was given to Moses and transmitted to Israel. As the Torah declares, Hashem said to Moses, "Behold, I come to you in the thickness of the clouds, so that people will hear as I speak to you, and they will also believe in you forever." Christian authority is also based on the belief that Jesus performed miracles. Even if the miracle stories in the New Testament were true, this does not validate the Gnostic teachings that Jesus was divine. There's not a single miracle Jesus performed that had not been done before, or something quite similar, such as Elisha feeding a multitude with a few fish and some loaves, or healing a leper, or even bringing someone back from the dead. Moreover, the Torah clearly warns about believing those who perform miracles in order to entice people away from the Torah. If there should stand up in your midst a prophet or a dreamer or of a dream, and he will produce to you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes about of which he spoke to you, saying, "Let us follow gods of others that you do not know, and we shall worship them." Oh, do not hearken to these words, that the prophet or the dreamer of the dream, for Hashem your God is testing you to know whether you love Hashem your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Hashem your God shall you follow, and him shall you fear. His commandments shall you observe, and to his voice shall you hearken. Him shall you serve, and to him shall you cleave. The Torah itself states that God will send a miracle worker such as Jesus simply to test the faith of Israel. Since there is nothing in the Torah about God becoming flesh or sending his son down from heaven to save mankind, then Jesus certainly qualifies as a God that Israel did not know. There is absolutely no reason to think that Jesus' teachings overruled the Torah simply because he may have performed miracles. The faith of the Noahide is not based upon miracles, as the Torah teaches, "You shall not test Hashem, your God." Um, Christianity also claims that Jesus' teachings were totally different from what was taught before, and the spiritual teachings of Jesus were superior to the fleshy teachings of the Pharisees. Actually, very little, if any, of Jesus' teachings were original. Just about everything he taught had been taught before by the rabbis. Even when Jesus said, "The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath," he was quoting a Pharisee maxim. Yoma cannot be found in the Torah, and that many of Jesus' teachings go against the teachings of the Torah, even the teachings of Jesus that seem to support the Torah, such as Jesus saying that the way to the eternal life was to keep the Torah, or God is one and not three, mean little to the church. The church bases its theology on the Gnostic teachings of Paul and John, and not the rabbinic interpretations of Torah and the Gnostic emphasis of the salvation of the individual rather than the moral and ethical improvement of the individual. Conclusion. The Christian argument against the Noahide Code is that the 7 laws of Noah are not found in the Christian Bible, but that they are found in the Talmud. To the Noahide, the New Testament does not belong in the Bible since it cannot be classified as scripture on the same level of the Tanakh. The Christians' criticism that the Talmud is simply orally transmitted teachings and rabbinic interpretations is illogical since the New Testament itself is essentially a Christian Talmud, a collection of oral transmissions written down by men who did not even know how to read the original Hebrew text and who falsified and corrupted teachings they were transmitting. The New Testament or Christian Talmud has little, if any, authority, not at the level of the Talmud and certainly not at the level of the Tanakh. The Jewish Bible consists of the Hebrew scriptures written in Hebrew and Aramaic. The Talmud, written in Hebrew and Aramaic, constitutes an unbroken line of original tradition teachings from the time of Moses and its teachings that God gave Adam a universal law of 6 prohibitions from the rabbinic eisegesis of Genesis, and then to Noah after the flood, where the 7th prohibition of blood was added. Judaism teaches that the righteous men of Genesis, Noah, Shem, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, were righteous because they kept the moral code. Christianity teaches that there was no moral code before Moses, for until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed, even there is no law, even is not imputed when there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned after the similitudes of Adam's transgressions. Romans 5:13-14. Even though it is not spelled out in the text of the written Torah, it is obvious to anyone that God has always required a moral code for mankind. This moral code can be seen through the Torah, even at the beginning of Genesis, where we read of Adam's punishment for stealing and of Cain's punishment for murder. We also see whose societies disobey God's moral law. The generation of the flood, Canaan, Egypt, and Sodom and Gomorrah, all were judged and punished before the Torah was given at Sinai. These societies judged and punished before the Torah was given at Sinai. These societies brought upon themselves God's punishment for a reason. There was a moral law given by God to make, and they had violated it. The question is true believers must ask themselves is, do you want to be Gnostic, basing your faith on Gnostic teachings and texts you know to be corrupted, or do you listen to those God himself chose as the teachers and keepers of his word, the Torah? If you believe in God, then there can only be one answer. You have to move on and leave Orthodox Gnosticism behind and become a completed Christian. Whatever, we're going to learn what a completed Christian is because the next chapter title is completed Christian. I think okay, we're on page 87 and I have to read to page 114, and still, let's see, a bunch of this, oh yeah, a bunch of this is footnotes. Let's just say we might finish this tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah, we might finish. It might be a 3-day reading. How are you liking it so far?
I'm kind of half listening to it while responding to my Twitter notifications. I know
Well,
he's
I think
Christian, so you know.
I know that he's doing a good job at tearing apart Christianity.
Would you like to sum up what you read so far?
Well, just that. So the Torah all comes from one text, right? There's only one Torah. And the Torah has been faithfully transmitted from scholar to scholar, from scholar to scholar over the ages. The Christian New Testament comes from 3 different sources. So there are 3 different New Testament sources, and all the different Bibles are made on 3 different Testament sources.
What are
So
the 3 sources of the New Testament?
Vaticus, Sinaiticus, the Sinaiticus, Vaticus, or no, Sinaiticus, Byzantine, and Western. So these are 3 separate, and so basically he's trying to show that there's all these different interpretations.
Okay, you're saying there are 3 different translations. Actually, there's more than.
No. Okay, all translations of the Bible do not come from one manuscript. all all translations of the Bible come from, they're based on either one of three versions of the Old Testament that were found: the Byzantine, the Sinaiticus, and the um, Western. And so, and then he just went and showed how certain words were added later to the text, and stuff like that. And
Mm,
he really just tore the New Testament apart,
mm,
really, in a very sophisticated way. And we
mm.
know Stephen J. James will have absolutely no response to that, no intellectual response to that. He won't be able to bring any source material to criticize Cecil. He's just going to say, well, this is what my ancestors always did, so I'm going to keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, or he'll say, I never believed in it anyway, but it's, it's my color, it's my number. It's like, some meaningless symbol. And it's like, well, this is the symbol of my ancestors, and I'm going to lay down my life to protect it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I think that's why people are going to go Noahide, because you know what? In the end, all Christians should read this book, because they should be set into moral chaos, and they should go to their Christian leaders, and their Christian leaders are just going to tell them to not listen to it, and to have faith, and to disregard facts. And just that's what your ancestors have always done. That's what Christianity's answer to this book is going to be. It's just believe what we've told you, regardless of the facts. Have faith.
Well, the thing is, you can easily show that the whole, the entire idea of the Trinity is is just based on the Athanasian Creed, which you might enjoy reading, because it was basically, Athanasius who said, forget Arius's idea of, Jesus being a, holy angel or whatever. Um, he, you use Trinitarianism, and he's and then he wrote, or he is supposed to be responsible for the Athanasian Creed, which basically, I guess, over the centuries, Christians were supposed to memorize, right? And then it'll feel okay if you memorize the Athanasian Creed, then you're okay, because what you're doing is citing the official version of Christianity, and if you do that, you won't get into trouble. It's only when you stray from the word or the meaning that you'll get into trouble. I think you should read that when you get round to it. It's very stupid, but almost holy writ for quite a while.
Hmm.
But yeah, they don't care. It's like, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to be with my tribe, whatever happens. It's like blindly supporting your football team,
Yeah.
which young men love. It's like, I will blindly follow my team. I will kill, members of other teams just for the fun of it,
Yeah.
because
Oh, what?
I am.
Okay. After we read this book, I want to read A Program for Jews by Harry Watton or Waiton, who is a rabbi, Rabbi Harry Watton. I want to read that. But after that, we're going to read You Gentiles, where he talks about the sporting culture of Gentiles and stuff like that. And yeah, like Stephen J. James has a typical Gentile sporting culture where, yeah, it's like my team no matter what. You know what I mean? Like, and this isn't even a game. This is like something to be very serious. Can you give me a second? I just need to do a couple things. Just
Sure.
keep talking. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Two people watching. You can say something. I'll respond to it. That'll make it more fun. But yeah, it takes a lot of information to point out a few facts that should be blindingly obvious to an objective observer, which is me. I'm not invested in any of this. But yes, I do know a few people who are Christian and have observed their behavior. And I also get it that, um, if you question somebody's, political views, it is, well, it is like Holy Writ to them. You are, being heretical as far as they're concerned, and they'll get angry. But if you question their religion, you are, well, obviously questioning the religion of not only them, but their parents, their grandparents, their ancestors, their nation. And it will arouse very, very strong tribal feelings of outrage and indignation. And people are prepared to kill each other over it. I'm well aware of that. And so the solution to this would be a way of working out which is the best religion that you can choose from objectively. If you were an orphan, imagine if you were born an orphan and you didn't know who your parents were, and you wanted a moral system, because you need a moral system, because if you didn't claim to subscribe to a moral system, you would be regarded as an anarchist or a nihilist, and then nobody would want to give you the time of day or have anything to do with you or marry you or have sex with you. So you'd have to pretend to subscribe to a moral system. It's not that hard. There are five moral systems, and I'm telling you that the Eastern religions are not good enough for the Orient, actually. And the two Eastern religions are Buddhism and Hinduism, and they are the religions of fallen civilizations. So safely ignore them if you're a Westerner.
Hi, just give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Where are they? Okay, there. Go 1 second, Claire.
Okay, I'm going to finish my point, and my point is that if you're Westerner, you'd only be interested in the three Abrahamic religions. And if you're not a Jew, then obviously you're left only with Christianity and Islam. And if you believe that Christo-liberalism is kaput, then there is only one option. If you find Islam too alarming and difficult, there is secular Quranism, which is Islam light. So stop being silly and come along. Come along to secular Quranism, to the promised land.
Well, now I can. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, now how do I turn it off? Oh, 1 second, Claire. Okay, turn that off. These are work. So how do I make it go on mute? I thought I asked you if I could tap it and it would go on mute for me. That I never mind. Tomo, never mind. Let's not do it right now because I'm trying to go to work and stuff. And
Mute on mute there, not there.
okay, okay,
You should have to mute
okay. Anyway, I'm back.
You know,
Um, um. Well, I think so far, I'm very impressed by Alan Cecil. Um, I am very impressed by Alan Cecil,
mhm.
and I think that he really is a challenge to the West. I think he's really a challenge to the West, and I think he's really a challenge to Christianity. And I think that once these books become more popular, I think Christians might be in a little bit of trouble.
Hmm.
You know, I think they might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Jordan Peterson picks it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You sent me that thing about Jordan Peterson. I knew he had the conversation about Noahide with Ben Shapiro. I did not know he had the conversation about Noahide with a Muslim. And yeah, let's see where he goes because so you told me like he said in that show and you told me he's trying to make a synthesis between Judaism, Christianity and Islam.
Well, this is what I heard from Daniel Hakikat too, who said Peterson isn't even, he's not even Christian. So, and he predicts that, he's probably atheist, and atheists will just think, well, I'm going to pick and mix all these, religions of the world, and I'm going to, give, you know, give the West something new and nice, and that's especially their own. I think that's what people use, think they can just make up a religion and think people will, immediately follow and think, oh, you're so wonderful, Claire or Jordan. It's like, oh, we're going to definitely follow the religion that you just cooked up in your head for us. But I'm not so egotistical as to think that people will just fall in line with what I'm saying. So I'm saying we have to, because it's so traumatic for people to change their religion, well, because it's a national trauma, basically, you might as well choose the best one around. So you don't have to keep changing it, which will drive you crazy.
Right.
And I'm saying, if you're being logical and you want, I mean, you have to think. I mean, you have to hypothesize that God might exist, and there have been arguments that are basically saying, um, um, Jews are evidence of God's existence. Have I shown you that video?
I've heard that from so many people. I forget there's some famous quote where some king asked his advisor.
Voltaire, apparently. That quote has been attributed to Voltaire, but there is a video that maybe we can watch together so we can understand the arguments and work from there.
Okay, what video is it?
It's only 12 minutes. It's by JTV.
Okay,
And it's
give me.
basically saying,
Don't. We'll play it in a little bit. We're not going to play it yet, but we will play it in a little bit.
all righty.
Um. Um.
But I mean, I'll just explain the reasoning, because how I work is I will use non-divine explanations for historical events and phenomena, right? Um,
Yeah.
yeah, uh, because, well, it's necessary to not to sell completely to lie, and then I will, in order to talk to people with religion, is to say, well, let's um, let's assume that God exists. What would he be? what would be his purpose? What's he trying to do, and that kind of thing. And why would he have all these laws and kind of and with Passover coming, I think it's
Hold
quite
on
an
one second. Yeah.
There are
Go ahead.
a few things in Judaism called hukim, I think, which is basically stuff that Jews know they have to do, but they don't know why. And I think Passover is one of them. It's like they really have to clean their house, and then they have to get rid of their hametz, and it's their biggest festival is the most inconvenient one, and women hate it. Well, housewives hate it, and what Rabbi Mizrahi complains about is that these women who say, well, why don't we go away on holiday? Let's go away for Passover, for Pesach, so they don't have to clean the house. But it's such a big deal. It's like if you find any unleavened
Bread.
is it bread? It's grains. It sort of includes spaghetti and pasta and bread and all kinds of cookies and stuff. And it's just a big deal, and they drive themselves crazy if they're going to do it properly. And the whole point of Passover is that Jews must not own any hametz. And if they do, it's like something terrible is going to happen, and they had to figure out what to do with it, because there would be Jews who own supermarkets full of hametz, okay, and or granaries full of hametz or whiskey. And so they had to think of really clever ways. It's like it's not enough to just leave it in your neighbor's house or something like that. You really have to destroy it and not own it. So basically, hametz are foods with leavening agents that are forbidden on the Jewish holiday of Passover.
Claire,
Yes.
just hold for a bit. Okay? I'll be right back.
Okay.
But you can keep talking.
You want me to keep talking, but then you won't hear what I'm saying. So what? There's nobody in the chat anyway. Oh, there's four. Okay. Telegram tells me that my ears should be burning. I said that to Stephen, not. Well, it's all going at Twitter. Now, what was I going to say about hametz?
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. What were you saying? What were you just saying?
About hametz and Passover. Are you still interested?
Yes.
About what they have to do if they're going to do it properly.
Correct. Yes, we can watch that. But first I have to get to work.
Okay. So according to Halakha, Jews may not own, eat, or benefit from hametz during Passover. This law appears several times in the Torah. The punishment for eating hametz on Passover is the divine punishment of karet, cutting off. Hametz is a product that is both made from one of the 5 species that has been combined with water and left to stand raw for longer than 18 minutes, according to most opinions, and becomes leavened. The adjective hametz is derived from the common Semitic root HMS, relating to bread, leavening, and baking. The related noun himutz is the process of leavening or fermenting. It is cognate to the Aramaic. I don't know, but anyway, it's complicated. But basically, it says It's basically saying that what is fine at other times of the year is going to bring a curse on you if you have it in your house or even own it. And so you must get rid of it. And how can you get rid of it? You get rid of it by selling it to, well, guess who? A Gentile. And obviously, the Gentile has to be a righteous Gentile in order that you will get your granary or your, I don't know, whatever, your supermarket and, your pizza parlor back after Passover. So what Jews do is they sell it for a small amount of money, like maybe £1, $1, and the idea is that it would be done at the minimum of inconvenience to the Gentile. So if I have a granary, I tell you its contents for $1, and because you're my friend, I trust you to sell it back to me afterwards. And that was how it was done. So they obviously had to have a relationship with Gentiles and righteous Gentiles, not cheating, lying, dishonest, corrupt Gentiles.
Well,
And
righteous Gentile is someone who follows the Noahide laws. Exactly, that's the exact meaning of it. So
yeah, but you can imagine, how many times Jews didn't get their property back, didn't get their granary or their, tons of chametz in their warehouse back. So, so it's basically saying that for their own sakes, they should try to regulate the morals of the Gentile, or, they will be cut off from God and, live in, a terrible, terrible country. I mean, obviously, it's easy for them if they have Gentiles who, live with them and they're only, a minority in Israel. But if you're a Jew and you live in a Gentile country, you're at the mercy of Gentiles. So I mean, this should be obvious that Jews, for their own sakes, should be regulating and raising the standards of public and sexual morality of Gentiles. And because they haven't done it, they are actually suffering. And as you see in Israel, half of these Jews in Israel just don't get it anymore. And that's why they're, at loggerheads with each other. But I mean, one of these things, Passover for many Jews would be called hukim, which is, we don't know why the hell we're supposed to do this. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, but let me see if I can spell it correctly. It's spelled like Chuchim, but it's pronounced Hukim.
what is this word?
Hukim. I'm going to find it. Oh wait, maybe I didn't spell it right. Hukim examples. Hukim mitzvah that humans cannot understand. For example, many of the kashrut food laws. Mishpatim, mitzvah that humans can understand. For example, mitzvah from the Ten Commandments, such as do not commit murder. There we are. So, sorry, it's spelled Chukim. But the idea is that, you do it even though you don't understand because you...
Right. Well, and those that's why those mitzvahs are not applicable to Gentiles. The only ones that are applicable to Gentiles are ones that are logical.
Mhm.
Which logical? It's not logical. No, idolatry is not logical. There's no logic in that. But
Well, it's logical. I explained it.
it's not logical, Claire.
No, I've explained to you, haven't I, that if you're an idolater, it means you're not being right. It means you're neither a Jew nor a Muslim, and you will suffer the consequence of not being a Jew or a Muslim because you
Yeah,
won't
but if
be
you don't
right
believe in that, no,
God.
that's about opinion. That's subjective. It's not logical. You can't rationalize no idolatry. That's not a logical. Just that you're saying, well, because you don't believe in our way, you're wrong. That's not logic. Especially about mystical things. Let's not talk about mystical things and then start talking about logic.
Well, psychologically, you if if somebody's giving you an order and you know you have to obey, but you don't see the point of it, or you don't agree with it, you obey anyway because you accept the authority of the person giving you the order. That's not mystical, is it? It's just
Yeah,
obeying
look,
the
you're
authority.
saying that if you don't obey this one particular God's orders, you're being illogical. That's what you're
Yeah,
saying.
and okay, I can make the case for there being only one God because it is logical to suppose that if there was a creation, there must have been a creator, and
Okay,
that creator
Claire,
is that one that we keep arguing about.
Claire. When you go to school, you can
Unless
act.
you're a Mormon and you say he has a wife,
Look, um,
which would be a
there is a
case
class,
of
Claire, Claire,
yes,
Claire. There is a
yes.
class in school. There's a class in school called logic, and anyone can take it, and we'll all get the same answers in logic class. Okay, logic is like math. Okay, like it's like
Mhm.
mathematics. There's an answer and there's not an answer. There's no such thing as uh, there's no class on logic that you can take to get to the belief that there's only one God. Okay, there's no logic. You can't prove these things in logic class with classical logic. It doesn't. It's not logical. If it was logical, we would all
It's
believe in it.
logical
Look,
because you can't displace this narrative. It's so strong that you
okay.
can't displace it. I
Well,
mean,
then
the
why
only way
doesn't
you
everybody
can
believe in
displace it
it?
is to say that there was no creation because the universe always existed and was uncreated, and the universe is God, which is Jen's position, isn't it? Because she's a pantheist.
Well, that makes more sense than Allah and all that stuff.
Well, actually, I would disagree with you because, if we're all agreed that there was a Big Bang, we know scientists
We're not
seem
all
to
agreed
think,
on that. We're not all agreed on that.
okay,
The
but
big
but
the Big Bang is no longer like sacrosanct anymore. It's not like it definitely happened.
But isn't there a consensus among scientific opinion that it probably
I think
happened?
no, I think there's cracks in it, and I think there's cracks in it, and I think that it's not. People admit they don't precisely know, and it's a theory, Claire. It's a theory.
All right,
It's
all right. So,
it's
what
not
what, what
it's
is
not
your competing theory then,
I
Vincent?
don't have a competing theory. I don't know where the universe came from, and I don't get into it. And if I did come up with the theory, I wouldn't tell people it was logic. I wouldn't, especially if it involved God. I wouldn't call it
Okay, so
logic.
it's competing narratives. You can do it this way. I tell a story, and you don't like my story, and you tell a competing story. How are we to judge? How would a third party decide which of our stories are true? And there is a way of checking the logic of the claims, the truth of the claims, and all that. Because I mean, how else would you decide what is true and what is untrue? I need to step away. So you can think of my answer. I mean, of your.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, guys, sorry, it's gonna be windy for a second. Wait, hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. It's windy. Hold on. Hold on. I'm walking into my work. I gotta just get something really quick, and then I'll be ready. Do-do-do-do. Oh God, what a day! I love my new job. Stream here. Windy, 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 windy. Give me a second. Hold on, I'm almost done. Okay, it should be windy, not windy in a second. So, I'm sorry. Okay. Um, what am I gonna get? Nothing. I just ate. Um, can you hear me? Yeah, yeah, you can hear me. Why are your ears burning, that woman? Why did Telegram tell you your ears should be burning? We didn't even mention you until until you came into the chat. We weren't talking about you. So guys, that's it. I have finally decided Alan Cecile is like the major thought leader of the Noahide movement. And I think in 10 years, he's going to be really well known because we have to get every Christian, everyone, well, we have to get everyone to read Secular by Design. And we have to get everybody, all Christians, to read the Noahide Code. So, problems, discord, problems and discord. Um, um, yeah. When Claire comes back, I'm gonna give her the rules for today. I'll just take my earpiece out when anybody is coming. Oh, I just ate, but I'm hungry. I'm gonna have to wait to eat to get my lunch. Always hungry. Trying to lose weight. I'm not doing the best. I'm not doing the worst. I'm not doing the best on the under. Oh God. Okay. Well, oh, that one's not even listening because she left. But let me sign in. Where's the? Hold on, I just need to sign into work. Got it. Okay.
Um, one second. Hi G, how are you? I'm good. What are $1? The otter boxes? It's on clearance. These are one. These are all $1. Okay. Okay. Um. No, you don't get otter boxes for $1. Yeah, I have to lose weight, big time. Or otherwise, none of the boys are gonna want me. Nobody will want me. Um. Yeah. So secular by design, not secular by design, whatever it's called. The Noahide Code needs to be read by every Christian. We need to spread these books as far and wide. So on my blog, stopnoahidelaw.blogspot.com, I put up a book review of Secular by Design, link to the PDF. I sent a link of the PDF to Adam Green, and he said that he might look into it. I just gave him a synopsis, and he said he might take a look at it. And yeah, he might take a look at it. And I'm going to go on Trad Cat Night on the 26th with Eric Gajewski, and we're going to talk about Secular by Design and the Noahide Code. And yeah, I'll have to, the world is going to have to face this because these are very profound things that he's talking about. Excuse me, these are very profound things. And very earth shattering, civilizational changing. And what's really good about him is that, unlike Claire and unlike what Muslims are pretending to be, he's not pulling any punches. He wants to get rid of Western civilization totally. Christianity, capitalism, democracy, the Enlightenment, anti-Torah science, all this kind of stuff. He wants to get rid of it, and replace it with the draconian Noahide code that would force a woman to marry her rapist. That would force, if somebody stole from you, you would have to take them on as your slave rather than sending them to prison. Who wants a thief in their house? No interest. Do not charge it interest. Lots of problems. Hey, what's up? How are you? Nice sweater today. It's a different sweater. Yeah, you have so many black sweaters. So we're gonna sell cell phones today. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find people to sell the cell phones to, and you do the technical part, and then like we'll do it like you take one phone, I take one phone, you take one phone, I take one phone, like for the sale. Okay. And do you know all the plans? Because what I'm planning to do is tell people that I can save them money on their phone plan and get them a new phone. Do you have like all the plans laid out so we can show them if we can save them money? Oh, these are the plans?
All the plan, all the numbers, all the stuff. I remember, you could tell them that this is like a good like baseline to tell stuff on.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them like the final price is always after.
After. Okay, with the taxes and everything like that.
Yeah, but pretty much like yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But like, I was sending stuff after.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe I'll tell them that we're like,
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna tell them these are the exact prices. I don't know if I'm gonna stay on today because I have to try to sell phones.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
What? No, what were you gonna say? Go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say now. We'll be talking, oh yes, about the logic of there being one creator. Because you can't really easily make up a story about, oh, actually there were two or maybe three or a committee of creators. What, you know?
Well, I know the difference is okay, assholes. Assholes do not believe that a committee of gods could get along and work together perfectly because they couldn't. Okay, a Muslim, no, no, no. A Muslim knows very well if they were put on a committee with other people, they would fight because they're assholes. A polytheist knows that if they were put on a committee with other people, they would be able to work through their differences and get things done because we're not assholes. Okay, so that whole committee, thing that doesn't hold water.
Well, then you'll have to make up a story about, who the member, how many members were there in the committee, and who they were, and how it came about, and and it's just too difficult. You just have to say yeah, there's just one creator, and then
It's
people
more
will
it's
accept
more
it because they're not going
nuanced.
to say no. They're two, three, four, whatever. Come
It's
on.
more nuanced, it's more creative, it's more expansive,
But more
inclusive.
easy to, but more easily undermined if you want to, get yourself, um, you know, bogged down by detail and having to explain. It's like it's just easier to say there was one God because there was a creation, and that creation must have been created by that creator who was only one. Because, well, why would he tolerate anyone else? He wouldn't have a nagging wife like Zeus. He'd just do it
Hold on
all
one
by
second.
himself and not need anyone or anything. I can't tell. I can't tell if you're talking and I can't hear you, or I'm not meant to hear it anyway. Vincent, are you there? Shall I go and let you sell your phones? Because I hear a voice, but it's not clear. I can barely hear you.
Hold on one second.
Now I can. Now I can a little bit.
You can what?
Well, I couldn't hear you. I just heard this sort of squawk.
Oh, yeah, no, I was helping a customer. I'm trying to find something, but oh, here he is. Um, yeah, you need a committee of gods is more nuanced. G, hold on one second, there.
Do you have the key? And do we have Apple power? Not the power adapter that goes into the wall. Are they over here? One second.
Okay, just keep talking, Claire. I'm just getting stuff. I have to find a way to mute myself right now.
Yeah. You're going to mute yourself? Yes. He's muted himself.
No,
Oh,
okay,
he has.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it now in a second.
Yes, please. Great. I think he's muted himself. So yes, I don't think Vincent is going to win this one because he has to overturn the narrative that the creator was one, and then he'll have to make up a story about how the creator is more than one, and nobody's going to believe him. So he's not even going to start, and he knows he's not even going to start on that one. So we might as well make use of the existing narrative of the supreme and eternal creator of the universe and use his laws, because then we would be able to have a modus vivendi, a way of living that will deal with all our differences and all our disagreements And the best way of doing that is to agree to follow the same laws. And I think all the laws that are contained in the Quran are easy to explain. They're not hukim. And that's another reason why the Torah is not suitable for Gentiles. And obviously, it should, the book of rules that is most suitable for Gentiles is the Quran, which is for all of humanity, including Jews if they want to come along. So if Jews don't want their status as God's chosen people because it's too hard for them, and also they get made an example of, they get punished more severely than Gentiles would be if these punishments are still active, breaking the Sabbath, attracting the penalty of death. I mean, obviously you don't believe in it if you wouldn't believe in it if you don't believe in God. But if you did believe in God, then you would have to believe that these penalties are still active and will be suffered by Jews who break them.
Mhm.
And if Jews say they're not worried about it, then it means that they are atheists. And if they're atheists, then they are idolaters. If they're idolaters, they would be executed. If the 36 capital offences are still active, they're not really sure. It's possible that after they are dead, they will be subject to these punishments. But if they become Muslim, then there is no earthly or divine penalty for idolatry or hidden idolatry. So I think even religious Jews would if they think if that's what it takes to get to heaven, and I want to get to heaven, and I'm finding the restrictions of Judaism a little onerous, there is the option of becoming a Noahide. So Jews have the option. I mean, I think that is also an important thing to note. And if you ask rabbis if it's possible, they're not going to give you a straight answer. They'll act all outraged. But it's open to them, because it doesn't say it's not open to them to become a righteous Gentile. How can they become a righteous Gentile? Well, the most Noahide religion in the world is Islam, whose holy book also comes from God. So that neatly resolves the situation for Jews, even religious Jews. I mean, they're supposed to be the people who wrestle with God, and I suppose that means, they are kind of like lawyers who are working out, how to make the rules work for them.
I'm still here just selling the phone.
Mm-hmm. So I think even Jews, if they follow the logic of their belief, if they fear God and think they can't follow the Torah because it's too severe, they would have to move on over to Islam. And I think that is ultimately the reason for the existence of the Torah, that they can move on over, because once you understand Judaism and you understand that Islam is Judaism light, you'll think, well, maybe I want the light version of Judaism, even if I'm a Jew. And then the next question is, well, is it allowed? And then Jews have been saying for centuries that Noahides don't have to be Jews, that they still can get to heaven if they follow the 7 Noahide laws. Hooray! And if Islam is a Noahide religion, then it solves all their problems. Five watching now.
Ooh, I might have just made a sale. Let's see. There's a lady looking into the sale.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I might have just made a sale.
Congratulations, if it is
Yeah,
true.
I actually like my new job a lot.
It sounds like you do. You're quite professional in the way that you deal with the customers. I mean, there are lots of people who say they hate retail, like Josh.
Yeah, it's more sales than retail. I mean, I worked in retail. This is not exactly retail. This is more sales than
Hmm.
retail, or at least the position that yeah, it's a retail store. Obviously, we're selling phones, but I'm more in sales than I am like I'm not stocking shelves. I'm not doing anything like
Hmm.
that.
No, no, I think you're doing quite well. I think.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start talking to all these people. I'm gonna tell everyone. I'm like, I can get you a cheaper phone. Um, yeah. Once he's done talking to her, I'll look for another one. But the I think that well, Claire, now that so you're competing with Alan Cecil on the secular front. Now you're gonna have to write a book about Christianity to compete with him on the Christianity front because he's done a really good job. He's doing a really good job at disintegrating Christianity, and I think that just calling them idolaters is not enough. I mean, I've noticed. I don't remember if in secular design if he called Christianity idolatry, and he has not called it idolatry yet. I don't know if that's the focus of this book, though. I think the focus of this book is to more prove that the New Testament is not reliable.
I mean, I don't think he needs to even do that. I mean, I don't think most Christians even believe in it.
No, it is important. It's important to destroy the New Testament, and also, as he said, it gives them it gives them the excuse. Well, okay, you've been following divinely inspired word of God, but it's interpolated. So why can't you follow the divinely inspired word of the Talmud since it's not interpolated?
Because the status of God's word is always higher than the status of mortal infallible men.
It's look, no, but divinely inspired. That means it's not fallible. The New Testament is not fallible according to Christians. It's divinely inspired. It's not wrong. It can never be wrong. Never are they going to say that this was written by fallible men. So the Talmud's not wrong, Claire. It's not. It's not. It's not imperfect. It's just divinely inspired. God said, yes, I approve. The rabbis wrote it, and God said, I approve of this message. So there's no need for a second divine revelation because God already approved the Talmud.
Well, but it's written, but even rabbis can't say that it's all, that it's all the word of God. I mean, even the Tanakh.
It's all inspired by God. No, it's all God approved. It's God.
Well,
God signed the. God wrote a little introduction to it and said, "I approve this book with His signature."
where is it? Where's this God signature that you claim?
Well, that's what Jews say. That's what Jews say it was inspired by God and that it's valuable for teaching and
No, no,
for
no,
the
no.
religious.
But the Tanakh, which is the Hebrew word for the Old Testament, is divided into three: the Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim. So it's got all the stuff about the other prophets, and also I guess Proverbs and the other stuff. So 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 even the Tanakh is divided into different sections, and obviously the Torah is only the Torah is from God, so they can't
Yeah, I know.
they can't
But the
wriggle out
Tanakh
of
is
it.
just as binding. The Tanakh is just as binding and inspirational and useful for teaching and learning as the Torah. It's not like the Tanakh is garbage that you can just dismiss. You don't. You're not going to get anywhere without the Tanakh. The Torah by itself, if it was just the Torah by itself, then then Judaism would be a lot less rich and dynamic of a religion.
I
You know,
know.
The Tanakh is what brings, and
But
so
the
the
laws
Talmud.
are contained in the Torah. That's what I'm trying to say. The laws, it's like, yeah, all these beliefs, yeah, whatever. But the laws, they are clear. And it's the laws that secular Quranism is interested in. And so are the laws that you are relying on. You're interested in the 7 Noahide laws. And unfortunately for you, the Noahide laws are contained in the lower status scripture of the Talmud.
Not the lowest. The lowest status is the Quran because it copies, it reduces Torah. It subtracts from Torah. God would never subtract from Torah.
Well, he's allowed to have a first edition and a final edition, and the
No,
Quran is
he
the
doesn't.
final edition.
He won't subtract from Torah.
Well, why not? I mean, if he means to serve, if he means, okay, if he wants to show that he loves all of humanity, he's not going to let just the Jews control everything. And it's
The
quite
Jews,
clear that they haven't been doing a good job of teaching the no-hide laws.
no, they haven't done it on your time scale. They've done it on God's time scale.
Yeah, and on God's times, and obviously the Quran was meant to help Gentiles and Jews get the idea.
By subtracting
And,
from
and, the,
Torah.
and the Jews are refusing to cooperate because they refuse to rank the four Gentile religions. They refuse to cooperate, for which I guess they will be punished for their hidden idolatry. Because they're supposed to be prioritizing the purpose for which God made them his chosen people and not their
Okay,
hatred of Muslims.
Claire, the point right now is to convert Christians. Okay, the West is still Christian. You want to get Christians. If you can prove to Christians that their divinely inspired word is corrupt, they have lived on divinely inspired word for 2,000 years. It has not bothered them to take divinely inspired word. What Alan Cecil is doing is saying your divinely inspired word is corrupt, but the Talmud, which is also divinely inspired word, is not corrupt. So if you're able to go for divinely inspired word in the New Testament, you can go to divinely inspired word in the Talmud as soon as you learn that the New Testament is corrupt.
You don't need to read the Talmud to be able to debunk the doctrine of the Trinity. All you have to do that is to say, well, where did you get the idea of the Trinity from? And the Christians would have to say, it's from the Athanasian Creed.
It got more features. You can play around with it.
Say it again.
If you asked Christians where they got the idea of the Trinity from, they would have to say they got it from Athanasius, whose Athanasian Creed is, it's there. It's the basis of the doctrine of the Trinity. It is a statement of the Trinity and the basis of the Nicene Creed, if you want to read it one day. And that's all you need. You don't need to read Alan Cecil's book to know that the Trinity cannot be explained or proven.
No, it can't be explained and proven. We weren't talking about the Trinity. We were talking about the world accepting divinely inspired scripture. And the world has, or most of the world, more than Islam, has accepted divinely inspired Christian, which is in the New Testament. So if the world was totally fine with that, then they can totally be fine with inspired word of the Talmud.
Well, I think the reason why so many people accepted Christianity was because of the global empire of the Western Imperium.
Everyone, even the leaders, even these leaders accepted divinely inspired word. They didn't go around looking, they didn't need a second edition from God. Nobody was looking for that. Nobody cared about that until Islam came and Islam just came and said, where God wrote our Quran, even though it's so obvious that God didn't write the Quran because God would not
Why is
legalize
it obvious that
idolatry.
God didn't write the Quran?
Because God would not legalize idolatry, Claire.
He doesn't legalize it. He actually
Yes, he
says
does.
don't do it, but he's not going to punish people, and
I
he
know
has
that
guaranteed freedom of belief of Chapter 2, verse 256, which is the basis of the First
okay,
Amendment.
God would not do that. God
Why
would not allow
not?
freedom of belief. God does not allow freedom of belief
Why not?
because he already made it clear in the Torah and the Talmud that he doesn't.
That's just for the Jews.
No, the
Jews, and
Talmud is for
because they
Gentile.
were meant
No,
to
the
be
Talmud
God's
is for
chosen people,
Gentiles.
of course it was more
No,
important for them not to do it. But since they were just so bad at explaining why idolatry is bad, he has left it to Muslims, backed by their holy book. That says, well, God's not going to punish you in this life for idolatry or blasphemy. Don't worry about that. So, don't pretend that Quranic principles of governance means that you will be burned at the stake for heresy, as it was under Christendom. Don't worry about that. We Muslims, although we disapprove of idolatry, we will not be punishing idolaters and blasphemers. There is no such crime in the Quran, so you can do it, but just bear in mind that obviously under after an Islamic conquest of your country, the mainstream religion would be Islam. And if you have any other religion, you might find life a bit difficult in terms of your career and marriage prospects and that sort of thing. But, go ahead if you want to worship idols.
I think they do. No.
you can transfer everything over to your new phone.
Even the messages. I don't think the messages are in the cloud.
Everything's in the cloud. Hold on one second. What am I looking for? Um, okay. Claire, divine. Okay, after the revelation of the Torah, we only need divinely inspired word. We don't need a second revelation that abrogates the Torah. We don't need that.
Well, the Quran does mention the Torah. It says it has been corrupted. It's got all the reasons. It also mentions the Gospels. Basically, the Quran is a synthesis of Christianity and Judaism with all the bad bits taken out.
With the most important laws taken out, meaning it's no longer a punishable offense to practice idolatry or blasphemy.
Well, I think you deep down you understand that it is probably not a good idea to smash people's idols and close down their places of religious worship, because actually it would act as reverse psychology and make them want to do it all the more.
It worked for Jews, it worked for Christians. You just go in and destroy paganism. It works for everybody except for Muslims who are too cowardly to do it and stupid, and because they've left the word of God, so they're not protected, and so they know very well that they wouldn't be able to rid the world of paganism. So that's why they just backed off, because they're too weak, because they don't have God's protection.
Well,
Or
because the
guidance.
Christians have been their overlords, so understandably they were a bit reluctant to offend their overlords. But now that Christianity is on its way out, they might be a little bolder. Particularly in the light of the knowledge that most Westerners hate Christianity anyway, and also know that the ruling classes of the West despise Christians.
14?
Yeah.
Yes, and we have screen protectors and everything.
Okay.
We can get you, and if you need any wires, if you need headphones, anything.
Yeah, I don't need headphones as long. Oh, I have a little adjustment. Yeah, no, I don't need. As long as that plug didn't change. I thought it didn't it?
No.
Why do I think it did? And that's why I was like holding on to this. I'm like,
Yeah.
it went from lightning to it used to be called.
Yeah,
called
the lightning.
3 USB or something.
Yeah.
No, C USB or something
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we can help you with anything you need. Um, Claire, you're just the Quran is not the word of God. It's not even inspired by God. It's a rip-off, watered-down version of Noahidism. They obviously stole Noahidism and just said, well, we're not up to enforcing no idolatry because we're not good enough for that. So, you know, let's just not enforce
It,
it.
it's impolitic to do this because I mean
Morality
this.
is not about politics. Morality is not about politics. Morality is about morality. Something's wrong whether it's political to say it or not.
Well, I would say morality and politics are exactly the same. Your politics won't work if your morality is bad, because it means
Okay,
that
well,
nobody will believe anybody what anybody else says, and they won't cooperate with each other to do whatever it is that they need to do.
have you ever thought that Muslims are in such a shitty position because they're the farthest away from God and God gives them the least of his protection? Because, actually Christians have done less in offense because they didn't say that God wrote a new book. They just said God inspired it. Whereas Muslims actually come out and say God wrote a new book and abrogated his doctrine. So actually, I would say Muslims are more sinners than Christians are.
Well, well, actually, I was talking about well, it was Mujahid who said that Muslims are under a curse because they were initially successful and then, became victims of Western imperialism. So obviously they were doing something wrong. So, that's the explanation. They deliberately misinterpreted their book for reasons of expediency, and that's why you get so many stupid things that is attributed to Islam because of all the stuff in the Hadith and people making shit up and then claiming it to be holy writ and also the Muslims learn about Islam in a really stupid shit way. Most of them don't even read the Quran in their own language, and most Muslims are not. They're not Arabic speakers. But, they like to pretend that they speak Arabic and and Arabic is a phonetic language. And of course, if you know what the, squiggles stand for, you can read Arabic, you can pronounce Arabic, well, you would know what it means. And so all these Muslims just, sit there and chant away, but they have no understanding of the meaning of the words in their own language. And it is a really retarded way to learn about the Quran. But this seems to be what they prefer. So that's why, they basically hit the wall because most of them are ignorant peasants who don't even know what their holy book says. That's why they're so stupid. They don't even know what their Quran says. And you know what? These Islamic scholars, these so-called Islamic scholars, I mean, they're too afraid of their own ignorant people to question, their beliefs because, basically they're in the same position as rabbis, competing rabbis who hate each other and want to compete against each other. So what they do is do this thing called takfir, which is basically declaring each other heretics for saying the wrong thing you know, oh, you said such a thing. It means that you're, kufar. That's how they do it. But it's not, the sort of behavior is not confined only to Muslims. Christians used to do it. It's the best way of, canceling your enemy by accusing him of heresy and, hopefully getting him burnt at the stake. And that was what was done to Michael Servetus in Geneva by John Calvin. So Servetus basically denied the Trinity, and Calvin uh, got him burnt at the stake and wrote about it. And I can imagine, what rabbis would be doing to each other if they were, if they wanted to get rid of their rivals. There are 36 capital offenses, after all, that they could be accusing each other of. I guess they would be accusing each other of breaking the Sabbath because that would, immediately incur the death
No, it's okay.
penalty.
No, you take it. I'll get another one. I'll get another one. Yeah. Just so are you getting any promotions or anything with it?
I don't know what
Okay.
promotions do you
Um, okay, just if you are getting a promotion, if you want to talk to me about promotions, if there is one, the promotions, whatever the price on the promotion is, it doesn't kick in until the third month. Like, so let's say you get you're going to get it reduced. That promotion doesn't quit in until the third month, and then that new bill comes in that way. But I don't know if you're getting any
I
promotion.
don't know. Am I getting promotion?
No.
How am I going to get credit for this phone with what we're doing?
Oh yeah, let me talk to my.
Okay.
Um, hold on one second, Claire. Sorry, I'm just helping a customer. Go ahead and talk, Claire.
Uh, what was I saying? Can you remember what I was saying? I've forgotten. Horrors. There's only one person watching now, so I guess it doesn't matter. I can actually find out what I was trying to say by rewinding it. Oh, yes. So I was talking about rabbinical rivalries and rabbis wanting to get rid of their rabbinical rivals by accusing them of breaking the Sabbath or, or adultery or sodomy. But I guess, breaking the Sabbath would be the thing to do, the easiest thing to do, because they would just get stricter and stricter and purity spiral until, even if you did keep the Sabbath, you would be, horribly policed by, people who hate you. And it would be a dystopian theocracy. And therefore, I'm saying that Jews, if they were thinking rationally as believing Jews, would still prefer the legal system that the Quran would provide, which is not executing idolaters and blasphemers. And what to do about these people? You can always criticize them. You can talk down to them. You can question them and challenge them, but you don't have to execute them. And eventually, most people will get the message and drop their religions of idolatry and blasphemy and, join you in the Islamic mainstream. And that, I think, is what God, if he exists, had in mind. And so it would be helpful if more rabbis would engage with me on the subject of ranking the four Gentile religions and on the subject of hidden idolatry. I was a little disappointed not to be able to find any links after doing a search on hidden idolatry. The Wikipedia entry on hidden shirk is good enough. It just says, basically it means that you are guilty of hidden idolatry if you're not doing what your religious principles require you to do. And we all know what Jews have been doing to their religious principles while living in Christendom. And Christendom, Well, do Americans regard themselves as part of Christendom? We know that Americans are a bit conflicted about their Christian identity. I know there is a application for judicial review in the which one was it? Church of the Holy Trinity. And it was an immigration case. So it's called Church of the Holy Trinity and the United States. There's a Wikipedia entry. It was in 1892, and a decision of the Supreme Court of the United States regarding an employment contract between the Church of the Holy Trinity, New York, and an English Anglican priest. 1885 law. Contracts to import labor were forbidden by federal law, and specifically by the Alien Contract Labor Law, an act of Congress passed in 1885 prohibiting the importation and migration of foreigners and aliens under contract or agreement to perform labor or service of any kind in the United States, its territories, and the District of Columbia. Court decision. The court held that a minister was not a foreign laborer under the statute, even though he was a foreigner.
Okay, I'm back. Ooh, I just made some money. I sold an iPad.
Well done.
Yeah. I sold an iPad, so I just need some money.
What will you do with your money?
Oh, I can tell you exactly what I'm going to do with my money. Besides saving it, I'm going to spend it on political cartoons and getting websites is basically all I want to use it for, to be honest, and buying books. So we're almost done with Noahide Code. So next we're reading, next we're going to read A Program for Jews by Rabbi Harry Watton, because I read part of it, and it is, people think you Gentiles is like, it's like, would get the Gentiles riled up. This book, I mean, he says, yes, Jews are behind communism. Yes, Jews are behind democracy. Yes, Jews are behind feminism. And yes, we do want to take over. And yes, we want to destroy the Aryans. And, you know, he's just very like, yes, we are evil. You know what I mean? He just like lays the whole thing right out for everybody. And it talks about communism and Nazism. And he is so profound. Like, I haven't read the whole thing, but he said Nazism, he said all of Nazism is like based on Judaism, meaning it's like, Nazism is just like an inversion of Judaism, or it's anti-Judaism, and so it's based on Judaism, because you know it's taking Judaism and inverting it and trying to be the opposite of it.
Well, the Christians have done it already. But yes, it's based on hatred of Jews and punishment of Jews. And I mean, okay, I mean, Jews have this time of commemoration called Tisha B'Av, right? Have you heard of that one? The summer festival. No, it's not a festival, it's a commemoration. And it's basically about Jews it's about Jews asking themselves why do we suffer? So it's an annual fast day on which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred, primarily the destruction of both Solomon's temple by the Neo-Babylonian Empire and the Second Temple by the Roman Empire in Jerusalem. Tisha B'Av, marks the end of the 3 weeks between Dire Straits and is regarded as the saddest day in the Jewish calendar, and it is believed to be a day which is destined for tragedy. Tisha B'Av falls in July or August in the Gregorian calendar.
Who are you calling, Melvin?
No, somebody called Megan's gonna call me. She's gonna try to set up the so she can like use her phone.
Okay. I hope that gets done quickly. Yeah, well, when is your book going to be published?
My book, I'm still relying. Okay, I should chase it up, really, but I sort of thought I did, and I kind of forgot about it.
You don't seem very excited to publish your book, Claire.
Well, the thing is, I did. I've written about it, and I suppose the editor told me that he would be onto it when he comes back from his conference, and I didn't want to be too
Pushy.
pushy, because he's doing it as a favor, and I don't want to push it. But it's written. I mean, I suppose I could publish it on my my blog, as 6 different chapters. I could do that. But I mean, in a way, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. I mean, what people publish books all the time. It's so easy to publish it now, and it all really depends on what the media think about it. So, if Western media decided to big up Noahidism, then Alan Cecile would be, on all these shows explaining what he, but it's not going to happen yet. And so we have to sort of do it the hard way, organically through talking to people who are pretending not to understand what you're saying because they hate your idea so much, but they don't, but even though the logic of it is inescapable. And the reason why they pretend not to understand is because they don't want to do it. They don't want to admit that Christianity is wrong. And actually, I don't think.
I just want to check something on your iPad. I think my sister bought one here.
I don't think
Hold on.
that Christians can even prove God. I mean, that Jesus is God. I mean, it's an open goal. They're wide open. But no, it's the Jews and the Muslims who don't want to question them because they're still afraid. It is their problem. The problem of Jews and Muslims who are too scared to question Christians or liberals. It's their hidden idolatry. And I'm basically saying that these Jews and Muslims are worshipping their hidden idol of fear of offending their Christian overlords. So imagine an idol, and the idol represents fear of offending their Christian overlords. And there you have it. There you have the problem. It's not that they don't understand, because I think, if everything were working properly in the West, then the media would be interested in in what I'm saying. And the moment I spoke to any journalist worth his salt or any academic, they would be thinking, what an interesting idea, Claire. I'd like to hear more from you. But they just pretend to be deaf and blind. And they're afraid to even talk about their own stuff. And I'm saying, here's my idea. They can steal it if they want and make it their own. And they're not even doing it. It's a big idea. But these senior academics, these senior journalists, these senior politicians, they are afraid of each other. And unless that is fixed, nothing will function properly. And what I want is basically the fourth estate, which is now the first estate, doing what the hell they're supposed to do, which is to give me a platform, which they're not going to do because they are, the lackeys of the CIA or something. And to do it organically requires individual Muslims and Jews ranking the 4 Gentile religions on their social media accounts and tagging the Pope and Archbishop of Canterbury, asking them how Christianity isn't idolatry and how Jesus is God. That's all they have to do. I'm not asking them to climb Mount Everest on
Well,
their
why
own.
don't you just tell them that, well, they've already been ranked, not so specifically, but it is commonly understood that Islam is closer to Noahidism than Christianity. That's commonly
Yeah,
understood.
it is understood, but they don't want to press the point. Because I suppose all these rabbis are afraid of anti Semitism, or if they're safely ensconced in Israel, they're afraid of, oh, these Christians in America withdrawing funding and letting, so Israel can't fund its own protection, the Iron Dome against all these rockets that these, Palestinians keep launching into Israel. So they're afraid of that. But actually, your conversation with Joshua is interesting because Josh actually says he wants to end the practice of conscription in Israel, and this means he wants to end national service in Israel. And then Stephen said, "Oh, Josh is just mad. How can you end conscription, which is also national service in Israel?" When you have so many hostile Arab states, wanting the interview. And I think it must be because Josh is getting ready to accept Sharia. Because actually, for an Orthodox Jew, Sharia is a walk in the park because Islam is Judaism light. So if you're an observant Jew, you would uh, find that Sharia is just, raising the standards of Gentiles to meet, to become closer to your own. If you're an observant Jew, you would have no problem at all with Sharia. But of course, it's the secular Jews who are the problem. The secular Jews can't bear the idea of not being liberal Democrats anymore, and that is what they're agitating for, assisted and funded by the State Department. So that is their problem. So I think you were saying earlier, Vincent, that you wanted to only talk to Orthodox rabbis and Orthodox Jews because, well, I mean, there's no point talking to secular Jews because technically, under the 36 capital offenses of the Torah, secular Jews would be executed. In theory, anyway, for breaking the Sabbath. So, and if they had been on the register of Jews, they would be struck off by their local Orthodox rabbi. In fact, Reform Jews are regarded by Orthodox Jews as heretics. They even make jokes about, not entering into church, not entering churches which are places of abomination where idolatry is practiced, and some would say no. It's like if you're forced to go into one of them, it would be better if you entered the church because the other place of temples for Reform Jews is much worse. Because actually they're doing much worse things because they're marrying, I don't know, Jews with their pets and things, which at least Christians don't do at the moment.
There was a Reformed church that was a Reformed synagogue that was marrying Jews for their pets.
Yeah. Oh, that's what Rabbi Misraki says. I mean,
Let me
you
help
do
you.
see a few reports about this sort of thing happening. So, as far as the Jews are concerned, you can divide and rule and say, well, we're not talking to you, liberal Jews, secular Jews, because officially you don't exist. I mean, if God existed, you'd have been, stoned, because that's a penalty for breaking the Sabbath. And then there'll be all the other capital offences that they would have committed, sodomy, adultery, idolatry in the case of David. I mean, they just wouldn't be around anymore if the capital offences of Judaism were being taken seriously. And there's also the question of Ernie Duckert, which they can't bear to talk about, because basically, if Ernie Duckert was being taken seriously, you're obviously guilty of it if you were a Jew who died and lived as a citizen of a city that has gone astray. And that means, anywhere in Christendom, anywhere in Europe. That goose has been cooked for generations. So really, the only way that Orthodox rabbis, still, in the diaspora can do is say, well, we're really sorry, we didn't do all the things we were supposed to do, but it's not too late around the 4 Gentile religions, and that's the least we can do, so we better do it now on our social media accounts.
Okay, Claire, first of all, what is it called? Ernie Daca? What is it called?
Nidakat. N-I-R,
Okay.
one word.
Nidakat.
Nidachat.
Okay. First of all, that only applies when there's a Sanhedrin. There's no Sanhedrin now, so no Jew is under obligation to that. And even if they were, ranking the 4 Gentile religions would not get them out of that. Okay, if they just sat there and ranked the 4 Gentile religions, that's not going to save them from nerd Dakat or whatever it's called.
Well, I guess they would have to convert to Islam.
You found it?
To really get out of it. But I'm not going to, it's like, maybe they don't believe in it.
Say it again?
If they converted to Islam, then they get out of it. They wouldn't be punished for it, Okay, they won't be punished for it.
No, a Jew can't convert to Islam. A Jew can become a Noahide. You would be asking them to become Noahides, and that's illegal for a Jew.
Where does it say that?
We've already discussed that with the Jews, that a Jew cannot become a Noahide. A Jew cannot be saved by converting to Noahidism.
Where does it say that, though?
The rabbi told us that you asked a rabbi on your stream if a Jew could become a Noahide, and he said no.
Well, I think he has to say that, because then he just loses his congregation, wouldn't he?
No, because Jews, look, if a Jew stops keeping the Sabbath, he's a Jew. He can't just stop keeping the Sabbath. He can't break kosher food laws. He's not going to be able to do all that. He's not going to be saved if he does that.
I mean, but that's the whole bargain of Islam. It's like, you come to us and you don't need to worry about the sins as Jews anymore. And
no,
the
they're
Jews say
forever. If a Jew becomes a Muslim, he's dead. That's it.
No. Think of this: if Jews are light unto nations, and everybody, and let's think of them, walking, leading to some promised land, and we're looking at them and following them, and if they go to the land of Islam, then we'd have to follow them to the land of Islam, right? The promised land of Islam, and so it wouldn't matter even if they disappeared, because that's where they are leading. And when the last Jew has moved towards the promised land of Islam, then the purpose for which God made them his chosen people has been fulfilled.
No, it's not been fulfilled, Claire. Jews can't just evaporate themselves. You're asking for Jews to just
It's
disappear.
like Mission Impossible, that dum 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 dum, and then the cassette thing, it destroys itself after whoever listens to the instructions. That famous
So
scene.
you think you view Jews as a self-destructing cassette tape?
Kind of. Because it's obviously so much of a burden for them that half of them in Israel don't want to be Jews. But under secular Quranism, it's like, there's an equalizing effect that, the really degenerate Jews can maybe move towards not being so degenerate, and the really strict Jews can move towards not being so strict, And then eventually, you'll get the, a more, what's the word? A big middle group, taking the middle way.
Oh, I need something like that. 1 second, Claire. I don't. Wait, this goes to 10.5. Does this have that? No, I don't think I've known that. You would have to get a specific case for your specific brand. Yeah, you have to get it from the company. Sorry.
That's okay. I was just wondering.
Okay. You got it. Thank you. This i14 Pro Max. Yeah. i14 Pro Max Verizon. Thank you. Claire, you are asking the Jews to be a self-destructing information tape so that the Gentiles can sit there and listen to the tape and then the Jews explode. That's what you're asking them to do.
Yes, because a lot of them are thinking, why the hell do we have to do this? We hate, I'm sure if I were Jewish and I didn't believe in God and I just wanted to, merge with America, I would, resent people saying, oh, but you're eating pork, you're going shopping on a Saturday, or, doing all sorts of things that you're not supposed to be doing. And, maybe that explains why, how so many secular Jews really hate the Orthodox Jews. But then, if they destroyed, if there were no Orthodox Jews, then they would lose their Jewish identity, and they don't understand that. I mean, it's true that if there were no Orthodox Jews at all, Judaism would just die. So the argument that Orthodox Jews make to the secular Jews is that we're giving you this, your unearned status, because just by calling yourself a Jew, you have higher status than these Gentiles, and we're doing the work. We're doing the work of being observant Jews, which you refuse to do. All right, don't be observant Jews, but you are kind of freeloaders. You're just coasting along on the backs of, the observant Jews who do all the observances that the secular Jews won't do. While these secular Jews claim all the privileges. So, and I mean, it is true that if they're okay, let's imagine that there are no Orthodox Jews anymore. No Jew goes, observes the Sabbath. Then there would be no Judaism, and there would be no Jews.
That's correct, but there are Jews who keep the Sabbath, and Orthodox Jewry is not going to self-destruct, no matter how much you ask them, Claire. They're not going to self-destruct.
But these arguments can be put to them, and I think they would find them unanswerable. But I know the Muslims are a bit slow, and they don't even get what I'm trying to say. They could be putting these arguments to them, but they're still sort of stuck in this stupid trying to prove God exists. It's such a waste of time. And they're really just so low IQ. I mean, there's no need to prove God's existence at all. You just use the rules that they're supposed to believe in. Like Jews, if you're Jews, you're supposed to believe in this and do this, aren't you? And they'll have to say yes. And if you believe in this, why aren't you doing it? No answer.
Claire, they're not going to do it your way because that's not the way God wants it done.
So do you believe in God or not?
Okay. I'm agnostic, but if Abrahamism is true, then the Jews have it right, and the Jews know what they're doing, and the Christians and the Muslims don't know what they're doing, and they are not the answer. The answer is Noahidism, and it will be Noahidism because that's God's plan. You are going to be crushed because you are trying to usurp God's will.
I would be saying the same thing, but about you. I'm just saying, well, if God bothered to reveal the Quran, then obviously he meant
Oh no, Alberta
humanity
has
to follow it. And the only people who and Jews are the great obstacle to it because they won't do what they were made God's chosen people to do, which is to rank the four Gentile religions and say, look, I'm sorry we didn't do it before. We're very sorry, Gentiles. We should have done it before. But all sorts of things happened and we were scared of you because of how badly Christians were treating us. And so we didn't. But now we think it's okay to do it now because of the First Amendment. And we are going to rank the four Gentile religions, and Islam is the most Noahide and Christianity is the least. And that's all we're going to say, make what you can of this. Sorry for the delay.
Hi. Hello? Hello?
You talking to me?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, no, Claire, they're not going to do that. They're not going to apologize for not ranking the four Gentile religions. See, Claire, okay, Islam doesn't meet the standard. Why would they do that? Why would they break their own standards for you, Claire? Why are they going to
Because
do
they
that?
can't do it themselves. They can't do it because they keep lapsing into idolatry. I'm afraid we, being material beings, kind of love other material beings. So, we love things that we can hold and touch and people and, things. We love things. That's why we love shopping. And we're all susceptible to this desire to love things over and above principle, our religious principles. And God is the biggest, the most powerful abstract idea of all, whom you cannot
Go
grasp.
through with the trade-in first before she sells the phone. What's your best?
I want to see what my account is. I want to.
That's okay.
I want to. I want
Don't
to.
feel pressured.
I want to see what I currently am paying and how it compares to this.
Okay.
And then, if I'm stuck with this phone, I'm stuck with it, and I'll try to sell it somewhere else.
Okay. That might be.
Um, um, Claire, no Jew is going to follow your plan. And the Jews do not feel that they're not doing their job. The Jews feel as though it was the time of the concealment. It was not time to reveal the truth. Now is the time. Now is God's time. God is directing them. God is helping them. The Noahide movement is growing. They're writing books. They are producing videos. They're having Bible study classes or Torah study classes or Talmud study classes, and everything is starting to pick up just in time for the Messianic age. The Messianic age didn't happen 1400 years ago. We weren't anywhere near the Messianic age. It wasn't time for the revelation. Now it is. You need help? How can I help you?
They should have
So,
done it as soon as they could when Islam became successful, but they didn't because maybe they didn't They didn't have their thinking caps on, I don't know. But that's what they're supposed to do. And if they had, then everybody would be living happily ever after, or reasonably happily, and not they'd be in this mess where we're about to have a third world war, which is, I suppose, is arguably divine punishment for global idolatry and global homo. And even now, these Jews refuse to do the obvious thing or to repent of their omission.
Yeah. We can open it after you buy it, just in case. Yeah.
Which means that they are guilty of hidden idolatry.
We have round one, and we have we have round one, and we have where's our square ones? Oh, these might be all we have left. Okay. Yes. Where does it go into? Oh. Okay. Holy, that's the only spot now. I don't have it. Yeah, but no. Okay. Hard. Okay. Great. What's your Ooh, this one retail price looks like it's $149 or $13.81 a month. Samsung 6432. What should we have? Yeah. 149. Where do we find these laptops?
Phone and for my car. I will fit my car in the
This? That's for your car. That goes into your car outlet, right? You want to charge it in the cigarette outlet?
well, it's a little out there like that, and then you insert
Is it
this
this?
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Okay. And for my phone, just to the house to.
This goes in there. This goes into the power outlet and this goes into your phone. This goes into your phone. Oh, what do you need? The box? That. You need this?
Oh, it doesn't look like. Where I have is a thing that's for the house, not for the car. For the house, it's
A block.
it's
Like,
a block that goes and has two,
yeah,
for the out.
this is it.
Oh, that has two of them?
Yeah.
Okay, and then you connect this to that.
Yeah.
No, this doesn't look like I. For the car, it's also this thing.
Okay, then just get another
This
one.
thing.
Just get two of these. One for the car, one for home.
Okay, this will do the car.
Yeah.
These two are the same.
Yeah.
Can I put it in here just to make sure?
It's the right one. You can open it once you buy it and then make
Okay,
sure.
so this is like universal for all
Yeah.
cars have the same.
Yeah. Do you have a new car?
What is it, 18?
Yeah, it should work.
This was the one that I have. That's not fit.
It should
Okay.
work.
Okay, I got. Let me see. With me, what I did.
Are you still there, Claire?
Yes.
Okay, just talk and sit there silently.
It didn't fit in my car. The one that I thought it did.
Well, I might have somebody's actually there. There's one person watching. I've forgotten. I'm quite entertained by all these noises.
Yeah.
And I'm responding to my Twitter notifications, and I would rather do that than think of things to say.
Service protection means if it breaks, you could get money. You can get your money back.
How expensive are they?
These are $17.97. Press now. Press now. Okay, press now again.
You know?
Press no. Press no.
Yeah.
Okay. I pay with cash or card. $44.59. Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you've just been sitting here silently, right?
Yes. Yes. So we can just catch up with whatever we were saying before. And we were saying that. Well, I'm just suggesting that rabbis should apologize for not doing what they were meant to be doing, and it's not too late for them to be doing it now, and they should hurry up before things get worse for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that they're guilty of the idolatry, of the hidden idolatry of Islamophobia, basically. I guess say that their pride makes them unable to acknowledge that the Quran is a better guide because it hasn't got so many capital offenses. And it's fair enough even for people who don't believe in God.
Right. Well, they're not going to apologize for that.
Because they are
See?
guilty of hidden idolatry.
No. You can ask him. Maybe he would know. They're not going to apologize.
Yeah, but because they are guilty of hidden idolatry, I'll accuse them of being guilty of hidden idolatry, and Muslims, once they catch on, will do the same thing. I mean, all they have to do is like, what do you think is the ratio of one Orthodox rabbi to Muslim political activists? It's
iPads or iPhones is this guy.
Hello?
yes.
Okay, I'm back.
We got broken remotes.
Anyway, they're not apologizing, so just forget that. Just give it up.
No, I'll just keep reminding them that they could be guilty of hidden idolatry, and the Muslims can join me in repeating that question. Once
Claire,
Muslims
no,
get
Claire, you don't
organized, they'll
understand.
do what is necessary to do, because my
Claire,
instructions are simple.
No, Claire, the only people that would even care about this would be Orthodox Jews. Liberal Jews don't care about Ernie
Yeah,
Daca or hidden
well,
idolatry or
yes.
anything like that. And Orthodox Jews are not going to listen to you.
No, I think they will, because I'm saying I'm not even going to be talking to liberal Jews or Reform Jews or secular Jews or atheist Jews, because as far as I'm concerned, they should have been executed if Jews were taking their religion seriously, and obviously they haven't been, which explains the terrible state of the world today. It's all their fault by not doing what they were supposed to be doing, because they're not that clever after all. They didn't even do what they were supposed to be doing.
All right. No, why do I get no service? Why is there no service here?
Um, oh, good. I'm sorry about
No,
that.
that's fine.
Okay. 1 second, Claire. I'm just checking something out. I'm busy today.
Oh, I already paid for those, remember?
Oh, you already paid for
Yeah,
these?
yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
okay. Sorry, wait. Cash or card?
I'll pay cash.
840.
So we just see those I got, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4.
Here you go.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Yep. There you go. Have a good one.
Yep.
Just give it up, Claire.
Why? It's so simple. Everybody gets it.
No, obviously they don't, because no one's going to agree to this.
Well, the Muslims will want them to want to agree with it.
I don't think so.
Well, why not? Why wouldn't they think, great, if we can blame the Jews? Oops, but they want to blame the Jews anyway.
Hmm. Okay, well,
Oh,
I
come
don't
on.
think you're not gonna get any help from, I don't think, no, I'm sorry, Muslims aren't brave enough to go up to Orthodox Jews and tell them to rank the 4 Gentile religions and apologize. Muslims are too weak to do that. If there was only one Orthodox Jew left on earth and everyone else was Muslim, that one Orthodox Jew could outdo every single Muslim on this planet. So, your little planet's going to fail if you're relying on Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are, peasants and whatever, but, maybe a few campaigning political activist Muslims might think of it. I sort of know the problem with them is it's like, we don't need to ask Jews for anything. It's like, well, but, wouldn't it help? If you could get them to rank the 4 Gentile religions, it would, make it more obvious to Christians or people who claim to be Christians, like Stephen, that Christianity is kaput. That's the whole point of it. It's like, just, even the Jews are saying this now. You've already sort of secretly or not so secretly acknowledged that Christianity is kaput by becoming liberals, and now liberalism is failing, and you need to choose a new moral system, and we're trying to help you decide which one to choose, because because it's so traumatic and upsetting and everybody's going crazy. You want to make sure that you choose the right one, and it's going to last as long as it can, and you're not going to choose some crappy moral system that's going to crash and burn, like Nazism and liberalism and fascism and communism. I mean, I think only China can make it work, because obviously for some reason the Soviets couldn't make communism work and they crashed and burned. But if you want to look for some kind of national socialism, I guess you have to look to China. They're the only ones doing it properly without the anti-Semitism. So you might want to ask yourself why the Soviets did it better than the why China has managed to carry on with communism longer than the Soviets, and that could be an interesting question.
Yeah. Screw it, Claire. You're done? Screw it, Claire. Give up.
Why?
Claire, because Noahidism is already out there and fully fleshed out, and it has the backing of the Jews. And anything that has the backing of the Jews is going to overcome anything that has the backing of the Muslims. The Muslims are not God's. They're not working in God's laws. They're not. They're sellouts. God doesn't love Muslims. That's why they're being bombarded. And the reason why the Christians are being helped is because they help Jews more than Muslims do. Christians have more to offer Jews than Muslims do. And so God worked through the Christians, not the Muslims.
But with regard to the events in Israel,
What about it?
um, what Josh was saying, what do you think he meant? That he wanted to give up conscription in Israel. It sounds to me that if Orthodox Jews were being logical about it and they really hate liberal democracy because it's brought them the policies of Sodom and Gomorrah, that they're basically saying that we're going to disarm ourselves, we're not going to fight, we're not going to join some secular state's army, which is and Israel is a secular state, and they're saying we're not going to join this army that defends liberal democracy. We just refuse. And if the consequence of that is being taken over by Sharia, we'd rather do that than lift a finger to fight in the cause of liberal democracy. I think that is the unspoken implication of what Josh was saying. I have asked him what he meant. He hasn't responded yet. I mean, I did actually say, do you mean you want to abolish national service in Israel when you said you wanted to ban conscription? And he said, yes, that's what I meant. And he hasn't answered my follow-up question. But, even Rabbi Mizrahi, who, talks about how terrible the Muslims are, can't stop but acknowledge that some well, at least the Arabs won't be supporting globo homo, and the question, and he even says that it's easier for a Jew to bring up good Jewish children in Iran, a country that has sworn to destroy Israel, than it is to bring up good Jewish children in Israel. So he says
I
these things. I mean, obviously, he still hates, the Arab terrorists who kill Jews, but he's kind of going there in a roundabout way. Because I mean, okay, what's going to happen in Israel if these religious Jews continue to support liberal democracy. And I'm saying that they are guilty of the hidden idolatry of worshipping the idol of liberal democracy. And that's what stops them. It stops them from saying "fuck it" to Uncle Sam.
You know,
I know he made out of kids' car seats. You know what those are?
ask her. Um, well, I think Alan Cecil agrees with you that wrong ideology is idolatry. But, well, I don't know if the Torah is necessarily against democracy, though.
Oh my God. I mean, when was democracy even a thing? I mean, you might find arguments for democracy in the Quran because it has this concept of shura, which is consultation. But you can actually consult people without having elections anyway, which is what China does. And China will actually say, we have elections, actually. We have elections at the village level. We just don't have general elections.
Well, China's an indirect democracy, right? Like you appoint people at the village level, and then the village leaders appoint the people above them, or vote for the people above them, and then the people above them vote for the people above them.
I mean, the difference is that, I mean, you can have elections without having general elections. And I think, general elections is basically what has destroyed America, because I've explained so many times that every time you have an election in America, the political parties have to go cap in hand to their corporate sponsors.
Is this the price?
The pro
They're charging me $69 in tax. So
this should be the original for the Pro Max, 1149.
$11.49 times 6.682. Is that our tax rate?
I thought it was higher than that.
I just have it right here. 6.625.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. Times clear. 6.625% equals $76. So he's charging, I don't see this over here. It says, I don't know what this is. What am I paying?
You're paying taxes?
I don't know.
Tax. You're just paying the tax. You're paying a tax.
Okay. What was the total? Let me see what the total was. The phone.
I hope I sell this phone. Though I'm not getting commission because I gave it to the other guy, the first one. I sold a computer, so I made some money. iPad.
Well done.
Thank you. This woman is taking forever to buy the phone. I don't want her to go through this whole process and then not buy it, and then I would be really fucking pissed.
Well, I'm sure it'll happen quite a lot.
Yeah.
But she sounded a bit annoyed, that woman.
She wasn't annoyed, she was just confused.
Which like diapers are?
Ask her.
But my solution is simple, and I mean, okay, there might be the possibility. I mean, that the media might big up Noahidism and not big up secular Quranism. But I'm saying, even if they did that, Muslims would just say, hey, why are you using Noahidism when you could be using Islam?
And nobody's going to fucking listen to a bunch of peasants and idiots, Claire. Claire, God is not on their side. It's not going to happen. God does not protect those people.
How do you know the mind of God?
Because it's obvious and logical that God would not inspire the Talmud and then always say, sorry, joking, let's just remove the clause against idolatry and let people do whatever the fuck they want.
No, but the Muslims don't. They don't approve of
They
idolatry.
allow it. It's not illegal. You have to make it
That's because
illegal.
they know that about the hidden idolatry. They
No, they're
understand.
weak. No. They gave up on their principles, and God forgave. God has cursed them for that.
Well, God has also
God,
cursed Christians and also cursed Jews. I mean,
no, He
nobody
hasn't
can
cursed
say,
you.
oh, we are uncursed by God.
Have you seen that new yellow iPhone?
No, I haven't seen the new yellow iPhone.
No. Maybe not this year.
Oh my God, this woman is really putting it through the ringer. No, she's getting a case. She's getting a case. That means she's buying it. Yes, can I help you?
We get the moments outside tomorrow.
Ask her in the blue.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome. Oh, what time is it? Oh, okay. Well, I'm about to go. We can go have lunch together.
How nice.
For cover for S23 plus.
S20. Oh, what kind of phone is it? Samsung? S23 Plus. Oh, I'm just looking for something clear.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, we only have iPhone here? SB23 Plus. Ultra Protect. Samsung AO2. Let's go. AO2 and Samsung A22 or A23. It doesn't look so. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, hold on. Ooh, I'm busy. I'm making money. You have the key? You have the key? Okay, I'm just helping a customer.
The $50 one.
Hold on. It won't open.
All right.
He'll be right
so
with you.
I'm throwing all this in my bag here.
Okay,
Right?
Claire, let's go on lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on lunch so we can talk.
Okay.
I'm just going to tell my boss I sold the phone.
Woohoo!
Good. Good. Okay, sold the phone. Okay, I'm going on lunch. And then I'll find someone else. Oh, can you help them? He's coming. I'm going on lunch, Chris. Okay, let's go on lunch. So, I'm just telling my boss I'm going to go around the store and find. Hold on. Oh, I sold my first phone.
Well done.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And they didn't even train me much or anything.
You're a natural.
Yeah, I think I am. That's what she said. That's what the customer said. She's like, oh, he's such a good salesman. Yeah, she said I was a really good salesman.
I think you are, just by listening.
Yeah, I'm kind of just polite and stuff like that.
Well, you have to be polite and knowledgeable.
Yeah, I'm not knowledgeable yet. Okay, let me tell you, the company training here is not the best.
Mhm.
I won't lie. Ooh, there's lots of people. I'm getting macaroni and cheese for lunch. I always get macaroni and cheese for lunch.
Mhm. Well, if you're vegetarian, that's the obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't keep up my veganism or fruitarianism anymore. It's too difficult.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pay. There's not enough people that work here. My job doesn't employ enough people. Like, there's not two people behind the desk. Well, now there is because I'm training, but normally there's only one person behind the desk. But when they go on lunch or on their break, there's nobody there. And they only work
Mm.
5 days a week. And on the 2 days that they're not there, there's no one here.
Hmm. Well, that's crazy. They should.
Yeah,
Well, they should have somebody there. But I guess they're too mean.
maybe I don't think they like want to spend the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just got the job over the phone. They didn't even need me come in and interview. They were just like, "Do you want the job?" And I was like, "Yeah." Um, are you waiting for her? Okay, here comes somebody. Hopefully, yeah.
Are
No,
you are
well,
you
here.
allowed
Well, am I allowed to what?
to eat at your desk?
Yeah, I am, but I'm not eating at my desk. I'm gonna eat a little bit. I'm gonna eat at a chair that's like in the foyer or whatever it's called. Oh, come on. Um, we have to. I don't know, Claire. I think you're being a little bit silly to think that these Jews are going to self-destruct. I mean, you're just telling them to off themselves.
No, I'm not telling them to commit suicide. I'm just
Well, you're
saying,
telling them to render themselves useless.
no. It's like you've done your thing. Well done. And off you go. Thank you. Pat on the head. We couldn't have done it without you. Why do they have to think of it as some kind of tribal humiliation? It's like, the point that God is making is that Judaism is too hard for you. And you're saying that yourself. Look at you in Israel. Half of you don't want to live as Jews. And you're prepared to fight the other lot um, to continue worshipping at the idol of liberal democracy. So they can't even, pretend, oh, everything's fine. We don't need, you know. They've got no arguments. So they're just exposed as the Christians on the Trinity.
Well, I'm sure Alan Cecil will take care of that. He did mention the Trinity in the front. He hasn't talked about the Trinity yet, but he mentioned it in the back of the book. So I'm sure he'll do it. He seems to like to get to his points all the way at the end. This. I think that this book is the same thing where he spends the whole book trashing the New Testament, and then in the last one page, he'll explain
why whatever the Trinity's gone and why the Talmud and the Noahide laws are better. That's what he did with secular by design.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the Trinity. Ooh, she's coming. She's getting me my food.
You get it served.
Yeah, can I get the macaroni and cheese, a large bowl, and fill it? That's it. Macaroni and cheese. Thank you. That's very. Thank you. I appreciate it. Wait, hold on. When she gives me that, I'm going to tell you something.
Hmm.
Hold on. I don't want her to hear it. I wonder if this is annoying. Oh, I'm talking to someone on the phone. I'm talking to someone on the phone. I'm sorry, though. No, I was talking about something else. She's annoyed, too. Thank you. Um, oh, yeah. So, supposedly, I don't pay for the weight for these macaroni and cheese. They're just supposed to put in 2 scoops, and then I pay a flat rate. But I always tell them to fill it up, and they do, and then I still pay the flat rate. They're very nice to me.
Okay. Very good. So what
Yeah.
you get a kind of a basic portion, but they give you the premium option. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they fill it up for me. They're nice. Because you don't pay by the pound. You don't pay by the pound, you pay by the scoop.
Oh. So it's like a
And
scoop is how much?
2 scoops is $4.20.
Oh. So if you want a third scoop, you'd have to pay. Can you have just one scoop, or you have to pay 2 scoops?
You can get just one.
Okay. I'm feeling a
Yeah,
bit peckish now.
you're feeling a bit what?
Peckish. Well, hungry.
Oh, do you have to go?
No. I'm just thinking of what I could quickly make myself.
Okay. Well, we'll see how long I have to find more customers. That was really nice that I got that customer. Though I didn't get the sale because I gave it to the other guy.
Why did you do that?
Mm. Because we're gonna take one at a time. I'm gonna take one. He's gonna take one.
Oh, that's a nice arrangement. Do you think you can trust him?
Mm. He does the. I don't know how to do all the computer work for it, so he
Mm-hmm.
does all the computer work, and I get the sales.
All right.
Hold on, let me put myself on mute because I'm eating.
Mm.
Hold on.
Okay. There's no one in the chat, but I'll
Yeah,
just
it's
repeat
slow
my
today.
point. Yes.
It's slow
But
today.
a nice comment from Amanda, who says she's really enjoying these regular streams, which is sort of a virtual radio show, I guess. I just linked you. I've tagged you in the post that I've just put on Facebook about convert leaders in the West to Islam and the new ethno-nationalism. This was dated 14th of July, called The Unbearable Whiteness of Being. And this is from the
What? What do you mean the unbearable whiteness of being?
It's an article about Islam being used for ethno-nationalism by Yahya Burt. I've tagged you on it, so you can look at it later.
But white nationalism?
Do you want me to read it? Do you want me to read it while you're
Yes.
eating?
Yes.
Okay, it's quite long. All right. Yahya Burt argues that dangerous undercurrents of white nativism have found their way into Islamic thinking. Recognizing and disaggregating these ideas from our work is vital to maintaining the divinely commanded duty to challenge inequality and establish justice. But Yahya Burt is obviously white, and he's writing for the Islamic Human Rights Commission. It begins. Euro-America is going through a wave of populism that is pandering to ideas around Western superiority and white ethno-nationalism. Muslims have been defined as both the internal and external enemies of this project. They can only attempt to get on board if they assimilate culturally and ideologically to it, although this will not guarantee their immunity from its harms. In economic terms, neoliberalism still dominates Euro-America as the left has not developed a coherent post-Keynesian economics nor embraced the radical possibilities of a deeply greener alternative. Instead, the left is working at the intersections of a post-white male-dominated world, but it is a transactional and secular vision, and the Muslim place within it is precarious and unsettled. Muslims of the West and the rest of the Ummah have to survive this tribal Western retrenchment, but I would argue for cautious optimism, namely that we still have some room to do more than just survive it. We can articulate an alternative vision in which we thrive, even if that seems far from obvious at the moment. Presently, there is a series of maneuvers to avoid being crushed by one or other of these political forces. Under this dual left-right pressure, most political and even cultural moves Muslims in the West make are placatory and reactionary in nature. Under these conditions, white converts to Islam act as lightning rods in the debate on white ethno-nationalism, assimilation, and the perilous place of Muslims in the West. The challenge is not to predicate the inclusion of Islam in Europe through white conversion on the exclusion of racialized Muslims. In simpler terms, conversion should not be built on racializing assumptions about cultural Islam and finding pristine, deculturated Islam. There is no deculturated Islam. There's only an endless process of deculturation and reculturation. To resist the ethnicization or racialization of Islam, all Muslims, converts, or those brought up on the faith should acknowledge that it is a universal faith that includes within it all cultures, and furthermore, that cultural difference is part of the divine plan and a means by which we recognize each other's humanity. Therefore, when white converts reculture Islam as in their own terms, what is their right as members of a universal faith? Therefore, when white converts reculture Islam as in their own terms, which is their right as members of a universal faith, they can only do so authentically if it is also anti-racist and builds solidarity with racialized Muslims. It is essential to add that there are similar misunderstandings at play in the second and third generations of the post-war Muslim communities that settled in the West, as the same false arguments about divorcing Islam from culture are similarly left under-examined. As an exercise of self-examination, we white converts should consider why we are not immune to this placatory ethos among Western Muslims, but let me stress we are far from alone in making such supplicatory moves. It is right and appropriate, in my view, to think critically about how leading white converts approach white nationalism culturally and politically. I shall focus on two things, Hamza Yusuf and Abdul Hakim Murad, both of whom have been my teachers and mentors during my time spent within the neo-traditionalist movement since the early 1990s. Although in the West this movement presents itself as an immaculate recapitulation of late Sunni Islam theology, law and mysticism with all the Western modernity somehow magically extracted from it, a more reflective internal assessment is the need of the hour. It is more accurate to see it as most profoundly shaped by the Syrian ulama's restatement of Sunniism in the face of neo-Salafi critique, most notably in the work of Muhammad Saeed Ramadan al-Bouti, but also by their ethos of survivalist political quietism with their co-option under the Ba'athist police state. Neo-traditionalism's other hallmark is its indebtedness to the Guignonian critique of Western modernity, which I shall touch on further below. While acknowledging my positioning as a critical insider within neo-traditionalism and fellow white convert to Islam, higher Islamic ethics still allow me the scope to disagree openly on matters of general public concern, even with these teachers to whom I am personally indebted and have learned and continue to learn from. It is because of this very proximity that I feel personally impelled to sketch out a space for radical politics with a strong anti-racist commitment within a neo-traditionalist circles and indeed beyond them in this moment of re-energized West white supremacy. My reading of the American Sheikh Hamza Yusuf's approach is that he sought to build alliances with the smaller non-Islamophobic part of the evangelical coalition on the basis of shared family values between Islam and Christianity, which later facilitated an introduction into Republican circles. Trump's election and openly anti-Muslim policies, among other things, made that awkward, but nonetheless he went on to accept an advisory role on a Trump administration Quango, the Commission of Inalienable Rights, which was an attempt to roll back the contemporary conception of human rights to their 18th century acceptation when the US Constitution was written, with a greater emphasis on religious rights, and that is certainly under threat in some respects. The director of Human Rights Watch called the Commission's interim draft a frontal assault on international human rights law in 2020. The Commission was only advisory, but clearly the intent was there to extend America's culture wars into constitutional law. So there was active political engagement with the Republicans subsumed under a rhetoric that advocates for Muslim political quietism both in the West and in the Muslim majority world. It's very badly written. In essence, it posits that the Ummah should subcontract its political interest to the ulama in alliance with the state. Thus, quietism for the Muslim masses obscures the activism of its advocates. In this case, it works as an ideological cover for active partnership with government on behalf of one's own institutions and networks to the detriment of other Muslim institutions and networks, castigated as dangerous or deviant or both. This justification of self-interested activism to protect the ulama's institutions as quietism necessitated picking up and using the contemporary Republican lexicon about the left, wokery, cultural Marxism, etc., i.e. getting involved in America's culture wars while claiming to rise above them. The approach of Sheikh Abdul Hakim Murad, based in the UK, I've met him, by the way, is somewhat different. He focuses on cultural rather than open or crypto-political engagement with the new right. For years, he has openly criticized the political drift in Europe towards open Islamophobia. This dates from his experience of Serbian nationalism in the 1980s and 1990s. No European Muslim of our generation has forgotten the Srebrenica genocide of 1995, and many appreciate the early lead Murad took in highlighting the dangers of growing Serbian nationalism. However, more recently, he has undertaken a cultural engagement with the nativist right in Europe on the basis of Dawa through the private dialogue with some of its leading figures, which only became public knowledge around 2019. I have to find out who he thinks he's been talking to. Oh, he's been talking to Yoram van Klaveren, who has converted to Islam. The former MP in Geert Wilders' right Populist Freedom Party, who converted to Islam in 2018, whose post-conversion stance on immigration and refugee policy has been muddled. But arguably, it has also affected Abdul Hakim Murad's own presentational language in his recent scholarship. In Travelling Home, which I have reviewed, he concedes rather too easily an untrammeled right to majoritarian indigenous cultural expression with insufficient consideration of what this means for minority cultural rights, among other minority rights. And this means that the non-white Muslim immigrant is criticized for not assimilating, for worshipping in race temples, and for deservedly losing his children to faithlessness due to his original worldly motives for migrating to Europe. Others have commented more extensively on this hostile take on the Muslim migrant, but what really puzzles me is that it works against a practical institution building he has undertaken, which is based on cross-ethnic and pan-Sunni partnerships, most notably at the Cambridge Muslim College. This polemic sits starkly at odds with its ostensible ethos. By contrast, Abdul Hakim Murad shows compassion for an imagined Syrian refugee whom he names Ishmael, washed up on England's shores. This damp but hopeful figure, which has fled the hecatombs of a Middle East shattered by foreign invasion, climate change, and the endemic civic corruption that has recently triggered the explosion that destroyed Beirut, stands boldly, far-seeing and sinless upon Dover Beach. Yet curiously, this refugee is culturally empty, and there is no sustained engagement with what actual politics are needed to help the refugees dying in the Channel or in the Mediterranean. Instead, the Muradian refugee is a culturally denuded and empty signifier who acts as both foil and antidote to European infertility, unbelief, and decadence. But if we care about anti-racism, refugee rights, and oppose xenophobia and Islamophobia, then of more immediate moral urgency is to build coalitions on tackling these issues most obviously with the left. By contrast, the right, which derives its political energy from stoking Islamophobia, xenophobia, and racism, puts Muslims of color squarely in its crosshairs. Winning a few white converts from the nativist right in Europe or America, for that matter, who have no stake or standing in local Muslim communities and their legitimate priorities, is a detour ending in a cul-de-sac. It undermines a necessary coalition building that is needed to form a strong anti-racist politics. It is not being Tanfiri or holding a propensity to repel non-Muslims from Islam, as Murad dubs it, to say so. More importantly, even in Mecca, the early call to monotheism was never divorced from ethics, nor was the Qurayshi tribal sense of superiority ever indulged. Therefore, anti-racism should remain at the heart of the call to Islam in Europe. It is not for us to invite European nativism in by the back door, misconstruing the rationale of Dawah to do so, which has notoriously been abused as a catch-all rationale by Muslims in the West. The future of Islam in the West won't be indigenous in the purest sense, but resolutely three-tone or brown, black and white, a term coined by the British grassroots activist Saleh Wellborn. Three-tone Islam is a play upon the two-tone movement, the late 20th century populist British subculture in which black and white working class youth created their own indigenous hybrid movement reflected in music, fashion, and anti-racism activism in the 1970s and 1980s. It goes beyond a public argument to faith in action, to envision a space in which black, brown, and white British Muslims come together in fellowship and service, breaking down the barriers of race, culture, and class. Three-tone Islam is an opening gambit that embodies a Quranic process of mutual understanding and recognition through difference rather than some seamless end product. It recognizes that forms of Western indigeneity can be multicultural and open to change, that conversion itself is three-tone, and that three-tone itself points to a wider superdiversity. Three-tone Islam must develop a post-secular anti-racism 2.02, which is informed by a wider, deeper story of religious chauvinism and race-making, namely how the antecedents of anti-black or phenotypical racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia are found in medieval Christendom's curse of Ham, the blood libel, and the Ishmaelite Saracen. In other words, the story of race-making needs to expand beyond early modern colonialism, transatlantic chattel slavery, phrenology, and eugenics to include this earlier history. It is in the light of the above that the cultural exchange between Jordan Peterson and Hamza Yusuf, released in May 2022, should be understood. The pious hope that Sheikh Hamza will have charmed Peterson so he becomes less Islamophobic and leaves aside the Ayaan Hirsi Ali's, Douglas Murray's, Richard Dawkins et al. For Islamophile Christianity, or even Zaytuna, quietist state adjacent Islam. This downplays Peterson's role as an aider and abettor of neoconservative and old guard libertarian Whiggish tendencies of the new populism. That is his space. Compare Peterson's ease on his podcast with Douglas Murray 4 weeks earlier, compared with his latest exchange with Yusuf, where he offers no challenge to Murray's thesis that the West is being destroyed by an unholy alliance of Muslims and the left. We should also pay attention to what cost this engagement comes at over others, how that sends shockwaves through the Western Muslim communities. Whose vital interests are being sacrificed by such engagements? One doesn't have to look far to find an answer, for the criticisms have been loud and clear. It goes on.
You can stop if you want.
Oh, no,
I
I
was
don't
just
want
going to see if
to.
I
I
can get
don't
you
want to.
a better phone plan and a new phone.
Nah, because I'm locked. I'm still with AT&T.
What kind of phone do you have?
He's back at work so quickly. Okay, I'll continue reading. In the salient clip from the Peterson-Yusuf exchange, Peterson asks Yusuf about privilege being challenged without qualifying it, presenting it as an abstract concept. Such challenges invoke a post-Christian sense of individual responsibility and guilt based on original sin that Peterson says non-Christian traditions lack, and they ignore the irreducible fact of individualism and uneven distribution of talents and resources. Yusuf doesn't come back at Peterson on original sin to introduce him to the concept of fitra, the human being's primordial or natural state of innocence at birth. Instead, Yusuf says that the privilege is a trial to be borne by those who don't have it, who, if they are believers, cultivate the faith to practice patience with tribulations. Those who don't bear it with it are by default desacralized leftists and Marxists, either in spirit or in actuality. Now, if that doesn't strike any Western Muslim as an absurd capitulation and hugely simplified binary, then it is hard to see how a serious conversation can be had. The elephant in the room is that injustices can be experienced as tribulations too, but the sunnah is not only to bear with them patiently in silence and hate them in our hearts. That is the lowest rank of faith. To speak out or to act in the world to change them does not make us all Marxist Muslims. The collapse of any space for principled Muslim activism between silent capitulation to injustice and accommodation and deals with the government of the day is obvious. What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, Claire, we've been talking about this. There is a synthesis between the alt-right, the far-right, white far-right, and Islam. It's happening. I mean, it's
No,
happening.
I think I know what he means. He's saying that, Muslims should have no truck with any nationalists. And I know that's his position because he's blocked me quite a few times. He just really refuses to engage with me because of my associations. It's just he is okay. Yahya Bird is the son of this big shot BBC, he's just, full of shit, because he's just entitled, right? Because of who his, papa was. Papa was John Burt, who was something in the BBC. So that's why, he talks like that. I mean, just look at his smug, stupid face. Influential British Muslim, and he won't even talk to me. He is the son of John Burt, former Director General of the BBC. Yeah, fuck this shit. Let's continue. A precursor to Peterson as a radical right interlocutor for Yusuf was the late British conservative philosopher Roger Scruton. Yusuf treated Scruton like a venerable master in their conversation from 2018, capitulating to his new Orientalist West is best discourse even when Scruton talked openly about the collapse of Islamic civilization and its various deficits in modernity. British Muslims remember well Scruton's long campaign in the 1980s against multiculturalism and anti-racism, his defense of Ray Huntingford in 1984 for his argument against recognizing minority cultures in schools, in this instance of Bradford's Pakistani Muslims, or of Enoch Powell's case that the children of Muslim migrants could only be disloyal to Britain, his attack on Islamophobia as a made-up propaganda word invented by the Muslim Brotherhood, or his advocacy of a Muslim threat to Europe, that his friend, the quasi-fascist Viktor Orban. Now we know exactly where he stands. This piece of shit, Yahya Burt, calling Viktor Orban quasi-fascist. The Prime Minister of Hungary later took up. Neither Yusuf nor his American Muslim colleagues at the Zaytuna College took him up publicly or on any part of this record. Let me end with 4 avenues of creative possibility that lie in front of us. There are many more, but these will do for the time being. We need to get back to basics to be truly creative. What's the end goal of our engagement as Muslim minorities in the West? This allows us to refresh and refocus our deliberations within our discussion. When our discussion gets bogged down with modalities of engagement and the relatively minor challenges of democratic alternation, which is chastening when compared to the authoritarianism, tyranny, and state collapse that our compatriots in faith are facing in the Muslim majority world. The first is a reformed deliberative democracy that seeks to outmaneuver and overturn the oligarchic buyout of political parties and the electoral cycle and vulnerability of elected representatives to powerful lobbies. That can only be achieved by overturning oligarchical control of the media, obviously not through public ownership, but regulated so that the media looks and sounds more like the society it speaks to. The second is to push for peaceable politics that can handle deep pluralism and super diversity, or what pre-colonial orders like the Ottomans dealt with so successfully that converges interestingly with what John Gray calls a modus vivendi liberalism, and Chandran Kukatas calls the liberal archipelago. That makes no claim to police various forms of the good life and protects associational life from state interference. In other words, peaceful coexistence and deep pluralism can only emerge in a new post-nationalist politics. If we want to diffuse identity politics, we have to take on its biggest form today, which is nationalism. It seems like all of us need that, not just Muslims, if we want to develop a planetary politics as articulated by Akili Mbebe, and not to degrade further into warring tribes fighting over diminishing resources. What the fucking shit is... The third is to develop a new anti-racism that is not circular but provides a dignified space for Muslims and Islamophobia. Oh my God, what is he trying to say? A dignified space for Muslims and Islamophobia. You either... So why do most people just talk such shit? What is he trying to say? While a lot of work has been done on the religious roots of Islamophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism in Christendom, that has yet to translate into informed self-understanding of an anti-racist movement 2.0 that is more than just inclusive, that embraces Muslim distinctiveness and agency. Another is post-nationalist politics, but where are the neo-traditionalist convert leaders on that? Why the insistence on riding the tiger of white nationalism, riffing off the same move that Julius Evola, Italy's most influential post-war fascist thinker, made away from the French metaphysician René Guénon, that traditionalism can be saved or best served by an alliance with ethno-nationalism, either culturally or politically or both. From Evola and the Russian supremacist Alexander Dugin, there is a straight line of influence to Stephen Bannon, the American alt-right, and their capture of the Trump administration. So neo-traditionalism, which leans heavily on Guénon's critique of modernity, shows itself prone to finding safe harbor with Western ethno-nationalisms. But what is that but a myopic act of self-harm? During the high noon of European colonialism, similar questions of political loyalties dogged converts of the day too. But even back then, different choices were available. Consider the nearly forgotten earlier figures of Ivan Agueli and Lord Headley. A noted Swedish painter, Agueli moved in avant-garde circles in Paris and became an anarchist. In 1900, he fired a revolver to stop the introduction of Spanish bullfighting, where the animal is killed at the end, into France, a direct action that proved successful. Converting in around 1900, he was initiated into Sufism in Egypt during or shortly after 1902 and established a branch of the Shadhili order in Paris 1910. After his conversion, he married his faith with his radical politics, writing against imperialism and coining the term Islamophobia in 1904 to analyze the enemies of Islam. Roland George Alison Wynne, an Anglo-Irish peer, remained a stolid empire loyalist after his conversion in 1913. His campaign to preserve British India, where he had worked in Kashmir as an imperial civil engineer in the 1890s, was forceful compared with his tepid involvement in protesting the breakup of the Ottoman domains after the First World War. The neo-traditionalists note but seem to pass over the implications of Agueli's radicalism to focus on his role in René Guénon's initiation into Sufism, which over time led to the development of a distinctive Western Islamicate theosophy of perennialism, predicated on the essential validity of all religions, with its own syncretic order, the Mariamia, which descended into chaos. But I would argue it is a marriage of principal radical politics and mysticism in Agueli that is worth reflecting on today, rather than rehashing Headley's unreflective loyalism through a 21st century makeover. 2 more paragraphs before it finishes. The fourth is that we seek to build a dignified presence for Muslims in the West in which we don't merely survive but thrive. In concrete terms, such dignity is predicated for me on 1. The protection of religious liberties and right to difference, 2. Economic, social, and political equity, and 3. Recognition of our religious and cultural distinctiveness. But what is this agenda called today by the political establishment? It is called extremism and Islamism. It used to be called multiculturalism, but that has been strangled first by securitization and now by populism. It's just using all these words to show off. But attempting to ride the tiger of white ethno-nationalism, convert neo-traditionalists or any others who try to do the same, fixate on nostalgia for a pre-secular West, bypassing its colonial legacy and racial violence. To do so is to betray the possibilities that Muslims of the West can articulate and defend a three-tone community that is committed to anti-racism and cosmopolitan inclusion of the diverse communities that constitute its lived reality. The end. What do you make of that, people? Two
I'm,
people watching now.
the left is mentally retarded. I mean, they're trying to salvage Islam, even though it's going into white nationalism. And let me tell you something: if we get Islamic white nationalism, the left will shut the fuck up, because what are they going to say? What are they going to do? Same thing with white Noahidism. What's their response to that? It's a legitimate, you know, ethnic nationalism within Islam or Noahidism is. Hi, would you like to see if I can get you a cheaper phone plan and a new phone? Um, you know, ethnic nationalism is legitimate. Bangladesh is almost an ethnic state. So what are they going to do, Claire? They're not going to do anything. I'm glad. I want the left to be owned. I want Islam and the white right to unite together and turn on the left and wokeness, so that because you know what, those leftists fucked me over when I went anti-Islam. They gave me such shit. They fucking went after me. They tried to destroy me. They made fun of me. Everything. The fucking woke left. Okay, because I turned against Islam. Good. I hope those fucking leftists get killed by. No, I take that back. I hope. I take that back. I don't mean that, YouTube. I hope those leftists get in big trouble and feel as though, you know, they've really hurt themselves.
You stopped. I can't hear you anymore.
Yeah, I'm back now. I'm just talking to customers, but, you know, I hope that it happens.
You hope that. You hope what happens?
No, I hope that happens. I want the left to be owned by the white right Islamic alliance.
Okay, so now you want Islam to be used as
No,
ethno-nationalism. Is that what you're saying?
yes, so that the left gets owned. I want white Islam.
Okay.
White Islamic nationalism, because the left won't be able to do anything about it, especially if brown Muslims are supporting it, which they seem to be doing. I see it all the time online with these brown Muslims who are in league with these racist white right-wing men and are posting anti-woke shit. Okay, like, good for them. And now she's writing this weak article to try to explain it away. They're not going to win this. Islam wants to be with the right, not the left.
Yeah, because it's naturally right. Because social conservatism is what can make. Okay, let me explain again. I don't think nationalism is possible without social conservatism. I mean, that is the bottom line. You can't be, left and protect your, have government in the national interest, because being leftist is by definition. Oh, okay, I have to mute myself.
I'm here. I'm just talking to customers and trying to sell things. Hold on one second. Oh, sales is a little bit embarrassing. You get rejected a lot, and people look at you nasty. Um, yeah, I got because salespeople nobody likes salespeople. Because nobody likes salespeople, and so I approach people and ask them if I can offer them a cheaper cell phone plan and a new phone, and I get lots of nasty looks like, no, no, thank you. People don't like being solicited. You know, people don't like being solicited. Oh well, what am I gonna do with my job? Hold on, here comes somebody. Yeah, you don't get happy no's. You don't. Very rarely do I get a no thank you. Sometimes I get no thank you, and they're nice to me. But I feel like most of the time they just want me to leave. But I did sell one phone today, but I didn't get the commission for it. But I did tell my boss I sold it. So, sir, would you like me to see if I can get you a better phone plan and a new phone?
I already have so much fairly new.
Okay.
Thank you,
Hold on, just talking to some customer. Um, well, yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that the left will be owned. I'm glad that the white right is mixing with Islam. Good, good. And they should turn on the left, and they should turn on wokeness, and the left should learn that they made a big mistake. I hate them. I absolutely loathe and detest them. Yeah, people don't like being solicited, but I mean, what am I gonna do? Hi, would you like to see if I can get you a cheaper phone plan and a new phone? Okay. Well, the restroom is right there where it says exit. Sir, would you like to see if I can get you a cheaper cell phone plan and a new phone? Okay.
But can you help me? One thing, I need light fluid.
You need what? Blindfold?
Light fluid.
Lighter fluid. Ask her in the blue. She can help you.
I appreciate it.
Um, I don't know. We have to wait for Claire to come back so she can read things so I can go around the store and sell my.
I'm back. I'm back.
Hi, you're back. You're back.
Did you
So,
say anything interesting?
no, I didn't. I just said that I hope the white nationalist right and the left and the right and Islam come together and teach the left a big lesson.
So why were the left mean to you?
Because I went against Islam.
Right. Hmm.
Because I turned against Islam. Because because of all throwing gays off buildings and stoning adulteresses and all that other kind of stuff. Of course, what? That
They got from the
bothers you?
Talmud anyway.
I know, but if that bothers you, then you're a racist. If you get bothered seeing a man thrown off a building because he's gay, then you're a racist person.
How ridiculous. But I mean, just by reading that ridiculous essay by Yahya Burt, it sort of, what is he saying really? And then you want to go back, through, okay, maybe the only thing that really matters, which I can kind of agree with, is his, what he wants. So it's like, when he said, we seek to build a dignified presence for Muslims in the West in which we don't merely survive but thrive. In concrete terms, such dignity is predicated for me on one, protection of religious liberties and a right to difference. I'm okay with that. Two, economic, social, and political equity. I'm fine with that. Three, recognition of our religious and cultural distinctiveness, and I'm fine with that. So, but it has to be done using a one-party state. You have to dump democracy. So, I mean, and I if I say that, he's going to freak out. I'll engage with him. I'm sure I'll end up being blocked by him. The moment I say the wrong word, because these idiots behave like that. I'm still following him. He's still there. But, and I'm sure, okay, so I don't know how Carol is going to swing on this because, I know Carol wants to send all the immigrant Muslims back. And then I've got a question on Twitter saying, surely we shouldn't be ethno-nationalist. And I'm saying, actually, there's nothing in the Quran that stops you from being ethno-nationalist. It's
Correct.
like, yeah, because the Quran actually says God created tribes and nations. So if you're a nation, if you are a national of a nation and you think you want to stop immigration, you can, well, why can't you stop it? So actually it's incredibly flexible. You can, because I'm basically saying to Jews in Israel, like, if you're, afraid, I mean, if you want to sort of, retain some sense of independence and not be seen to be totally submitting to their kind of Sharia, you can use secular Quranism. And the Muslims will just have to lump it. I mean, they can't say, "Oh, we're going to invade you because you're not using the right kind of Islam," and then immediately, the Muslim will say, "Well, what right kind of Islam? The Shia kind of Islam, or the Sunni kind of?" And then we'll start fighting each other again. So really, if the Israelis adopt secular Quranism with its Israeli characteristics, it becomes their own. And they can say, well, actually, we don't want any Gentiles entering the legal profession and with ever a chance of joining the Israeli Supreme Court because, well, it's our ethno-state and we want it this way. And I think they can get their way if that's what they want. And even then, the Muslims will have to shut up. Because the Israeli Jews would be sort of meeting them halfway. It's like, yeah, we're dumping liberal democracy now, and we're following Quranic principles of governance. What more do you want from us? Silence. Two people watching.
I'm here. I'm just making sales pitches. I'm listening to you. I'll come in and out and
Okay.
let you know. But give me one second. It's hard to sell phones here. I don't. They told us, well, the guy that works here or that's training me told me they expect us to sell 2 phones a day. I'm like, I don't even think that's fucking possible, to be honest with you. I'm asking like 5,000 people and nobody wants a fucking phone.
Mm.
Well, I did get one, but the other guy took the commission, which I'm pissed about. But
Well, I think it's sort of fair of you to give it to him because you kind of, I don't know, but that should be nothing. If it's going to work, right? If the arrangement is going to work and if it's sort of viable. I'm sure Vincent will make more sales
they're
because he's
nasty.
quite good.
Well, I was telling the chat when you were gone that people don't like salespeople. People don't like salespeople. They don't like being approached and asked if they want to deal on something. You know what I mean? They just because people don't like salespeople. So most people I go up to are just like, no, like they're disgusted that I went up to them. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe you can try small talk because it's like, it's sort of like, you go into a shop and you're just looking around and somebody comes up and says, "Can I help you?" It's like, no, just leave me alone. And if they want something, they'll ask for it. But I guess that they're just trying to make up their mind. And then you had this woman who was obviously really annoyed, saying, is there any service here? We heard that.
What did you hear?
I heard this woman demanding service. Wasn't there a woman earlier who said, "Isn't there any service at this counter?"
Hold on. Hold on. um. Okay, we've been streaming for an hour, and I have to focus on making sales, so I'm gonna go.
Okay,
Yeah, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours.
not bad.
Yeah.
All right, take
All
care.
right, so I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay, bye.